Oh,
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
All right. All right. Mr. Montgomery.
Morning, Your Honor.
You're here on camera?
Correct, yes.
All right.
Case number 2305-570901, people of the state of Michigan versus Kenneth Chandler. Defendant is charged in count 1, malicious destruction of personal property, 1,000 or more but less than 20,000. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Morning, Neighborhood Defender Service by Kate DeMott Grady, P 83667, on behalf of Mr. Kenneth Chandler, who is out of custody and not present on today's Zoom.
Are you waiving his appearance?
Yes, Your Honor.
For the record, the attendance present, what's the pleasure?
Your Honor, I guess we'd be asking to set a preliminary exam. The court, we did adjourn this probable cause conference because I had not been able to make contact with Mr. Chandler. My investigator has gone out. We have not been able to locate him.
Oh, that changes.
Pardon?
I said that changes things then. Thanks for the reminder. The court is going to issue a case, which revokes the bond and set the new bond at 25,000 cash share.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Have a good day. Ms. Fanning, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
I'm doing it, so.
Okay, I have Mr. Morton, which was scheduled for a 10 o'clock exam, but we're going to be waiving. And I
Okay.
don't know if, oh, thank you.
Where is Mr. Morton?
If he's not on, Your Honor, I will contact him and we'll come right back. He should have been on. I asked him to be on early, so I'll come right back if that's okay with the court.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Right. Alec Templeton. Alec Templeton. Jonathan's iPhone. Jonathan's iPhone.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. How can I help you?
I was here to be a part of the virtual court case for David Chastain.
When you say to be a part of it, what do you mean?
The virtual court for David Chastain.
In what capacity are you here, sir?
Well, I registered with, you know, a link to be able to, you know, just kind of just chime in to see the court case since I couldn't be there.
Observe, sir?
What was that?
Are you here to just,
Just to observe? Yes, I did. Because that's my nephew.
it's on YouTube where it's being live streamed?
Oh, okay, on YouTube?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Wayne County Jail, what's your name, sir?
Here, Claire,
What's the last name?
Claire,
Still can't understand what you're saying. Oh, Kyra. Okay. Just waiting on your attorney, sir. Ms. Fanning? Gregory
Yes, Your
Spicer.
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, looks like Mr. Morton is trying to connect.
Thank you.
Connect your audio, Mr. Morton.
Mr. Morton, you're not connected to the audio. You need to connect to the Wi-Fi audio, please. Here we are. Thank you. Oh, nope.
Hello?
Here he is.
Thank
All
you.
right. We're ready on Morton.
Calling case number 2305589901, people of State Michigan versus William Moore. Defendant is charged in count 1, police officer assaulting, resisting, obstructing. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. If it pleases the court, Attorney Andrea Fanning, P 42853, appearing on behalf of my client, Mr. William Morton. Mr. Morton, can you please identify yourself for the record? Say your name.
William Morton.
Thank you.
William Ray Morton.
Thank you. Your Honor, today was the date and time scheduled for exam. I have had an opportunity to discuss this matter with my client. I've advised him of the purpose of the preliminary exam, mainly that the assistant prosecutor would have to prove probable cause that this crime was committed by him in this jurisdiction. After doing that, he is prepared to waive his right to a preliminary exam with the understanding that this matter will be bound over to circuit court for further proceedings.
Mr. Morton, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
Thank you, sir. You understand, as your counsel just indicated, you have the statutory right to have a preliminary examination. By waiving the same, that means you won't have one. You'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged in the complaint for one. You understand that?
yes,
You understand the nature and the purpose of a preliminary examination?
yes,
You understand, if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit, that there's probable cause to believe you committed it.
yes,
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
no,
Has anyone promised you anything?
no,
Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
yes,
Any objection from the people?
No objection, Your Honor.
No.
The court finds defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily freely given. The court binds the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be April 5th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Bond will be continued.
Thank you and have a wonderful day, everyone. Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
You too. Thank you, Judge.
Bye-bye.
Mr. Forrest.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Forrest. What can I do for you?
I'm here on Ulysses Cheney.
Okay.
Case number 2305-604301, people of the state of Michigan versus Ulysses Cheney. Defendant is charged in count 1, torture, count 2, unlawful imprisonment, count 3, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation, count 4, assault with a dangerous weapon, counts 5, 6, 7, and 8, weapons, felon, firearm, count 9, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Matthew Forrest, P73168, appearing on behalf of Ulysses Cheney. I'd waive his appearance for purposes of this hearing if he's not logged in.
Court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Judge, I just held a probable cause conference in Judge Giles' courtroom, and Mr. Cheney has a case, an additional case in front of Judge Giles that we set for exam on April the 10th at 11:30. If we could set this exam on the same date.
And how's April 10th at 12:00?
That's fine. I just don't know that we'll be done in Judge Giles, but that's fine for me.
April 10th at 1:30?
That's good.
All right, April 10th at 1:30, bond will be continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Clinton Doss.
Good morning, Your Honor. I have Mr. Rowland and Mr. Chastain.
Yes.
Calling case number 2305-545401, people of the state of Michigan versus Devontae Rowland. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning to you and your honorable staff, Your Honor. Attorney Quentin Dox, P number 79657. On behalf of my client, Mr. Devontae Rowland, who appears via Zoom. Mr. Rowland, if you can hear me, please unmute and state your full name for the record.
Where do you see Mr. Rowland?
I spoke with him yesterday, Your Honor, and he said he was going to be on. If he's not on, Your Honor, may I waive his presence for the purpose of this hearing?
For the waive the defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
Your Honor, we would like to set this for a preliminary exam.
How is April 3rd at 12:00?
April 3rd. That should be okay, Your Honor. I do have a pretrial. That should be fine. That should be fine.
All right, April 3rd at 12:00. Bond will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
David Chastain. Calling case number 2305-596501, people of the state of Michigan versus David Chastain. This is a homicide case.
Mr. Hicks is here, yes.
The defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated, count 2, homicide, felony murder, Count 3, home invasion, first degree. Count 4, weapons, firearm possession by felon. Count 5, 6, 7, and 8, weapons, felony, firearms. Defendant has a convicted offender, second offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, and may it please this honorable court, APA Jonathan Hitz appearing on behalf of the people, P85288.
And good morning, Your Honor, Your honorable staff, Attorney Quinton Docs, P number 79657, on behalf of my client, Mr. David Chastain, Your Honor.
All right. And are you waiving your client's appearance?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what's your pleasure?
I've just been substituted in, Your Honor, for Mr. Slough. I will send that over to you. I'm asking for another PCC to correspond with Mr. Hitz and see if we can go from there, Your Honor.
Is there a possibility this may resolve itself short of an exam?
It's unlikely that the people would waive in this case, Your Honor. I am relatively freshly assigned to this case, but based on an initial review, I don't think I would waive.
All right, so we might as well set a preliminary examination. How is April 11th at 11:30?
Judge, if we could get a little bit more time, and April 11th isn't a great day for me.
April 13th?
I can make April 13th work.
Mr. Dots,
What time, Your Honor?
what time is good for you?
Can we do it around 12 o'clock?
You have 11:30 and you have 1:30.
Let's try 1:30, Your Honor.
April 13th at 1:30. Found to be continued.
Thank you.
Judge King, this is
Thank you,
Woodyard.
Judge.
I hate to interrupt, Your Honor. This is Michael Woodyard. I have my client is on the screen from the jail, and I wonder if you could pop up in a breakout room, Mr. Kuyara. Thank you.
Just call your case. You still want a breakout room?
I do. Yes, please. Thank you.
All right. Go ahead and join the breakout room.
Thank you, sir.
Gregory Spikes. Mr. Spikes, connect your audio. Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Yes, my name is Khalif Chandler. I was on the docket this morning. I couldn't get my phone on, so I'm using someone else's.
Okay, Mr. Chandler, I K-fished you. So
I couldn't.
so there's going to be a warrant for your arrest. You need to get in contact with your attorney, Mr. Montgomery. She's been looking for, she said she's been unable.
I just tried to give her a call.
Try again.
You say there's going to be a warrant for my arrest? Like, is there anything we could do? Because I've been trying to.
You need to get in touch with your attorney. We'll get that resolved today. Get in touch with her, okay?
All right, thanks a lot.
Good morning, Wayne County Jail. Wayne County Jail.
Morning, Judge. How are you?
It's good, sir. How are you? What you have for me today?
I have a Victoria Hudson.
Okay, we're just waiting on Miss Hudson's attorney to show up.
Okay, and then I don't know if they appeared already, but my partners will have a Eric Kayara.
Yeah, they're here already. They're in the breakout room with this attorney right now.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Good, and yourself?
Judge King, I'm done with the breakout room. And when Mr. Kuyara bounces back, we're ready to go. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. You should be joining us in 1 minute, Mr. Woodyard. There he is. Okay, we're ready.
Calling case number 2305-603-901, people of the state of Michigan versus Eric Kuyara, defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great harm, recurrent less than murder by strangulation, count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And Judge King, good morning to you and to your wonderful staff. Michael Woodyard, my P number is 64612. I'm a staff attorney with Neighborhood Defender Service, Detroit. We represent Mr. Kuyara. Sir, you're on the Zoom call there. Say good morning and say your name.
Talking to you, Mr. Kuyara.
Good morning.
Your name, sir? What's your name?
Y'all be quiet. Can you repeat that again, Your Honor?
What's your name?
I'm Eric Quayera.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Woodyard?
Your Honor, we have a preliminary examination scheduled for April 3rd. We'd like to maintain that date if that's possible. We have put a request in for discovery. I anticipate that being satisfied. And then, Your Honor, I wondered whether or not you would consider a slight reduction in Mr. Kuyara's bond.
As far as the exam date, this is the exam date you got from the arraignment courtroom?
Yes, sir.
That's fictional, but I can probably accommodate you. How is April 3rd at 12:30?
Yep, that day is fine, Judge.
All right, April 3rd at 12:30. That's the bond.
Your Honor, Mr. Kuyara's bond is currently constituted at $7,500 cash. No 10%, no surety. What we wonder whether the court would do is to impose perhaps a substantial personal bond or impose a 10% provision on that 7,500. Mr. Kuyara appears before you having only one prior conviction. He was on probation for a CCW offense out of Mount Clemens. He lives on Granville Street with his mom in Detroit. He works at Special Way Auto Parts. He's worked there for the better part of a year now. That's on Linden Street in Detroit. Before that, he had a lengthy term of employment with the Great Commoner Restaurant. So he has a demonstrable pattern of, contributing to society. He attended 12th grade, but he hasn't graduated, but that's on his to-do list, is to get a GED. So Judge, we hope that you'll take that into consideration and reduce his bond so he can get out of jail.
So he picked up the case while on probation?
It does look that way, Judge, yes.
Well, that's not good. Are you employed, sir? Are you employed, sir?
Yes, sir.
Where?
Special Way Auto Parts, the junkyard.
How long have you worked there?
8 months.
What do you do?
Excuse me?
What do you do there?
I can't hear you, Your Honor.
What do you do there?
Oh, okay, so, I'm unloading, loading, I'm basically picking, I have to grab the orders, they give us the orders and I have to go through the warehouse and pick the orders real fast.
Who's your supervisor?
His name is Ravel.
Spell it for me.
RIVIL.
You know a number to that location?
The number to the location, I mean, you could Google it. I don't know right now because I don't have a phone.
What's the name of the place again?
Special Way Auto Parts. It's a junkyard. It's on Linden.
Special Way Auto Parts
Yes, sir.
on Linden?
Yes, sir.
When's the last time you worked there?
I just worked there Friday. I was supposed to show up to work Monday, but I ended up getting incarcerated that Sunday. I can still come back. I just spoke to him while I was incarcerated.
How did you do that?
I had my sister three-way. I had my sister called him on three-way.
Your sister had the number?
Yep, she Googled it. She Googled it and called it on a three-way work, so I can tell him the reason why I haven't came at work.
Don't go far, Mr. Clemens. Morning, sir. Nice to meet you. Good. Here. All right, so I called It's Special Way Auto Parts on Linden. I did verify his employment. They seem to really like him. They said he's good people. And he does have a job if he gets his butt back to work. Ms. Drain, what's your take?
Well, Your Honor, I am concerned that he there's another incident now while he's on probation, but that is a very good sign, though, that he is employed and apparently doing well. So for that reason, Your Honor, I am not objecting to a reduction in his bond at this time.
All right, Mr. Pulaski, don't you make a fool out of me, sir. I'm going to reduce your bond so you can get out, but I don't want you to get in any more trouble. You've already demonstrated that you can't stay out of trouble. Are you Catholic or something?
Excuse me?
I said, are you Catholic? I see you keep doing the cross thing.
Yes, I'm Christian. I was just praying. I've been praying since I've been here. I'm not you. I've been praying since I've been here. I know God got me.
That's fine. Your prayers have been answered, but don't make a fool out of me, okay?
Yep.
You see trouble. I'm going to reduce his bond to $7,500 personal. I'm going to keep track of him, though. No, I'm not going to put a tether on him, because if I put a tether on him, he's not going to get out anytime soon. So I'm taking a chance on you, sir, based on what your employer told me. No contact with the complaining witness. You understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your next court date is April 3rd. That's in person in 36th District Court at 12:30. Don't be late.
Yes, sir.
Right. 7,500 per person.
Your Honor, thank you for your attention. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You too.
Mr. Woodyard, I just sent you an evidence.com link, which should contain the paper and digital discovery. I did send it to NDS, but if you didn't get it, I sent it to you.
Thank you, Ms. Drain.
Okay, thank you.
Jasmine Hill. You're all set.
Yes, good morning.
Yes, ma'am. Can I help you?
I'm sorry.
How can I help you?
I was just waiting. My cousin should be in soon, I believe. So I was just viewing his.
Who is your cousin?
Kevin Arnold.
You have to view these matters on YouTube where it's being live streamed.
My apologies. I was unaware.
It's okay. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Mr. Kuyari, you're all set, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Clemens, what can I do for you?
What's that for exam?
I'm Kevin Arnold.
Yes.
Yes.
That Mr. Khalif Chandler, appeared on Zoom, recorded issued habeas. Can I instruct him to assign back into Zoom?
Sure.
Thank you.
Kevin Arnold. Where's Mr. Arnold? How you step in?
I think we got a victim on that case.
Sorry?
I think we got a victim on the case.
That's the first name that you have.
And Judge, I'll be right over to 36 now.
Okay.
Thank you.
AK. 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 Can I help you? Hello? Okay, thank you. Danielle McDaniel,
Yes.
can I help you?
Oh, I was watching the proceedings for Kevin Arnold.
You have to watch them on YouTube, man, where it's being live streamed.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
So that's all I have for you. Yeah.
Yeah,
All right, thank you, sir.
I'm gonna call back in 10 minutes. Get back on.
Have a good day, sir.
You should have had a Alexa.
The jail is here. Ms. Coach is here. I mean, Ms. Hudson. is here.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's probably right. Is, what's her name still? Mr. Mike Grady still out here? That was Chandler. He's on Zoom.
Pardon?
He's on Zoom.
Okay, great. Let me get my calendar up so we can actually look at
Ms. Jones.
She's on her way over. Melanie Washington, can I help you?
No. I was, no, that's okay. I'm in the wrong courtroom. Sorry.
Okay. Just waiting on our APA.
Oh, right.
Brian Arnold. Somebody zoomed in with the name Brian Arnold.
That's probably another one. Nice relative. Oh, we did tell him to watch on Zoom. I don't know, I mean on YouTube. I don't know.
Sir.
I'm watching, sir.
Yeah, you have to view this on YouTube.
Okay, I apologize, sir. I apologize. Going off now.
Okay. That's a lot of support there.
What rain?
I still didn't hear it.
I said, well, there ain't.
He just came. Small world.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I hear it.
Yes, only thing is just, I gotta leave at 10:10. I gotta be open at 11 because it's a multi-event ship.
She's out there. She just came. She's out. Okay, here we go.
So I will not be doing the Todd Perkins impersonation. Won't happen.
Let's get started. So we're calling case 2355571, State of Michigan versus Kevin Craig Arnold. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with dangerous weapon, count 2 aggravated domestic violence, count 3 knowingly assault or assault or battery of a pregnant. I like to say woman, because there's only woman I know that can be pregnant. So I agree. This individual stuff is about. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drake for the people, P number 60249.
May it please the court, Judge Adam Clements, P number 77283 on behalf of Mr. Arnold, standing. Sir, state your name for the record, please.
Here's the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
How many witnesses?
Your Honor, I will be calling one witness.
Call your witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the people will call Ms. Tiffany Randall.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
What can I?
no, I thought I had stepped off. I didn't know I was unmuted. I didn't know I was muted. Okay. I'm sorry.
Please raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Yes.
And I would know for the record, there are 2 individuals in the gallery. I don't know who they are. So I was, are these support advocates?
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. When you're ready. Yes.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Tiffany Randall.
All right, Ms. Randall, I'm going to be asking you some questions. If you don't understand anything or if you want me to repeat it, please let me know, all right?
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Randall, I want to bring your attention back to the date of September 19th of the year 2019. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
And where were you on that date?
At home.
And what was the address of your home on that date?
13118 Monica, Detroit, Michigan, 48238, I believe.
All right, thank you. And were you at home alone or were you with anyone else?
No, I was there with someone.
Okay, who were you there with?
I was there with my 5 months, she was 5 months old at the time, and I was there with Kevin Arnold.
Okay, you said you were there with your 5-month-old?
Yes, I believe she was. Yeah, I believe she was 5 months around that time.
Okay, this is your child?
Yes.
That's your child?
Yes.
Okay. And was this your child with Mr. Arnold or no?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Did you live at that home with Mr. Arnold?
I did.
Okay, so you all live together, is that right?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. And what happened, if anything, on that day at that location?
As far as what led to
Yes.
incident, I remember we were having a discussion about some things. I remember him getting angry.
Okay, and when you say you have discussion and him getting angry, who are you referring to?
Well, I know, I believe the argument, the discussion started with, because I had my 5-month-old, but I was also pregnant at the time.
Objection, not responsive. This is a narrative. The question was, who is him for you referring to? Now there's a narrative.
So when you say, when you're saying he or him, who are you referring to?
Oh, sorry. Kevin Arnold.
Okay,
Thank you, Jim.
now, do you see Mr. Kevin Arnold, in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Could you indicate for identification purposes where he is and what he's wearing today?
All right, there's a maroon or burgundy color black suit jacket.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, please, at this record, reflect that this witness has identified, the defendant, Mr. Kevin Arnold.
So noted.
Thank you. Okay, so what happened next while you were having the discussion?
Okay, so we were having a discussion because, I know it started with me saying that I didn't want his dad in my delivery room. His dad tried to be he came to my delivery room when I had my 5-month-old and I was uncomfortable, and the nurses had to make me leave. So I just let him know that, this time around, he wasn't allowed to come. I didn't want him in my room and, to have to be escorted out.
Okay, all right, so you indicated to Mr. Arnold that you didn't want his father in the delivery room, is that right?
Correct. I told him he could come after the baby was born, but I didn't want him in there watching me give birth.
Okay, thank you. And what was Mr. Arnold's response, if any?
He told me that I couldn't tell his dad where to go.
Okay, so what happened after that?
I know I ended up telling him, well, he can come to the hospital, but he can't come to the delivery room while I was trying to have my baby.
Okay, so what happened after that?
I just remember that discussion getting heated. He got extremely angry at the time. And I was sitting on, a sectional couch at the time. He was sitting up to my left, almost in front of me. Even I was sitting right where I'm at now. And I just remember him getting angry. And he had a glass beer mug. It was filled with ice water that he was drinking.
A glass beer mug?
It was a glass beer mug, yes.
Okay. All right, and he was drinking water out of it?
It was water in it at the time.
And what happened next?
Apparently what I said made him angry, and I just remember him knocking his hand back and hit me in the face with a glass beer mug. It broke my nose.
Okay, and when that happened, what was your response, if anything?
I just remember when I was hit with the glass beer mug, I remember my eyes being closed. And I just remember opening my eyes, just trying to see if I was able to see.
And
I
did
do
you see?
remember, I could see.
Okay.
But I remember seeing blood everywhere.
Where was the blood?
Blood was when I touched my face, it was running down my face. My baby had a body pillow that she was set up in. There was blood covering the body pillow. I remember seeing glass all over the floor, like in front of the fireplace area.
So that you're saying the glass broke?
Yeah, the glass broke, it shattered.
And where was the 5-month-old baby at that time?
I can't remember. I know she wasn't in her body because the body was covered in blood. I remember seeing the body covered in blood. I want to say she was in her room in the crib at the time.
But she wasn't right around to you. Is that
Yeah,
right?
if she was, honestly, I don't even want to, make up a story. She could have been in her crib or she could have been in her swing. She did have a swing in the living room. But honestly, I can't recall exactly what she said.
Okay. So immediately after this happens, what do you do?
I remember just feeling, it's like thinking back, I just remember just feeling discombobulated. I remember trying to get out the door, out of the front door. My first response was to get out of the front door. And I remember him.
And why did you try to get out?
To go get help.
Okay, and what did you want to get help for?
Because I was afraid, I was injured. I didn't know at that point what was gonna happen.
Okay, so what happened?
I remember him bringing me back into the, stopping me from going out. I didn't actually get, because we was sitting upstairs on the second level. And I remember when I went to get out of the first door, out of the, what do they call that? Family flat, family flat, so we were on the upper level. I didn't even get out of that first door, and I know he stopped me from going out of that first door. And then after that, it's just like everything was
What happened after that?
After that, I just remember sitting down. My dad actually came to the house that day.
Was it before or after the incident?
After the incident.
Okay. Was it right after that or?
It was right after that, because well, now my daughter actually just turned 13 yesterday, so at that time, she was maybe around 9 or 10.
Okay.
We picked her up from school for me that day. And he didn't come inside, so he didn't see what had taken place. He stayed outside and he just dropped my daughter off. And Kevin went downstairs to bring my daughter in.
Okay.
Into the house. I know he brought her up. I know he cleaned up everything. I do remember seeing him clean up, like going back and forth, he's cleaning up the glass and everything.
Okay.
I know after that, he drove me to Beaumont Railroad.
Okay. And what happened to you while you were at the hospital?
I can't remember bits and pieces. I know that when I went in, there was a male nurse at the front, and I heard him say, like, when he tried to whisper, because I was in a wheelchair and I was sitting right in front of him, he tried to whisper to another nurse. And he told her, when he said he was speaking about Mr. Arnold, he said, he's telling me one story about a mug falling and hitting her in the face, but I'm not lying.
Okay. All right. In terms of the treatment that you received at the hospital, what happened to you?
I know they took me in a room, they did I believe it was a CT scan, or an X-ray, or they may have done both, can't remember. That part is kind of weird, because I just remember being like, so kind of, in and out, like out of it, like. I do remember laying in the machine, though, and they did some sort of scan. I believe it was like a CT scan.
Okay, so other than the CT scan, did you receive any other type of treatment at the hospital?
You may.
Thank you. I just handed you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
That's it.
Okay, and do you know who took that picture?
I took it.
Okay, and when did you take that picture?
I believe it was the next morning.
The next morning.
The next morning, once I was home.
Okay, and what does this picture describe? I mean, what does this picture show of you? How would you describe it?
Well, they patched my nose because there was a scar where the glass cut me on the bridge of my nose. So I was still patched in this photo. I have, you can see the black eyes, because the next day my eyes started to become black.
Okay.
The doctor warned me because my nose was broken that would happen.
All right. And is this picture an accurate representation of the way that you looked the day after this incident happened?
Yes.
Your Honor, based on the witness's testimony concerning this picture here, I would move for the admission of people to Exhibit 1.
You need objection? Where's the question? You did it.
Thank you, and I asked to publish to the court.
Can you give it to me, please?
All right. At this time, I have no further questions.
Council Dan?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Arnold. Sorry, Ms. Randall, right?
Yes.
Ms. Randall, I'm gonna ask you some questions on behalf of Mr. Arnold. If I talk too fast or I ask you a question you don't understand, let me know and I'll try to ask you a better question, okay?
Okay.
All right. Now, you indicated this morning that when this incident happened, that you were residing on Monica Street, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you agree that that's in the area of 96 and Livermore, would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
Whose residence is that?
Well, it was originally Mr. Arnold's, and then I sold my house and moved in with him.
Okay, and then ultimately, how long did you and Mr. Arnold reside at the location?
I believe it was around April of 2019 through January of 2021.
Okay. So for about a year and a half, you and Mr. Arnold resided there, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you indicated that you have 2 children with him, is that correct?
That's correct.
What are their names, please?
7 and Rex.
Okay, and their last names are Arnold, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so fair to say that after this incident took place, there was an extended period of time before you went and reported this to the police, is that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, when you were at the hospital, did you tell anyone that Mr. Arnold had assaulted you?
No, I didn't.
And you were interviewed separately from Mr. Arnold. Detectives from the Royal Oak Police Department came to speak with you, correct?
That's correct.
Uniformed officers came to speak with you, right?
They did.
On the day in question, you indicated that after the assault took place, that your father arrived at the home, is that correct?
After the assault. That's correct.
Okay, and then, yeah, you and Mr. Arnold were apart at that particular time, right?
Correct.
You didn't tell your father you'd been assaulted, right?
Yeah.
You had a cell phone on that particular day, correct?
I own the cell phone, yes.
Okay, you had access to it, right?
Yes.
Mr. Arnold never took your cell phone, correct?
No.
You could have called 911, correct?
Yeah.
You didn't do that, right?
Correct.
All right, and ultimately, you gave a written statement to the police in this particular case. Would you agree with me that the date of your written statement is December 6, 2022?
I just somewhere around that time.
Okay, so no point in 2020.
Actually, I'm sorry, the written statement for the police. Yes, I'm sorry. I had to think about it. It was, it had the same problem.
So no point in 2021 did you go and report this incident to the police, correct?
That's not correct.
So in 2021, you reported this assault to the police?
I tried to.
Ma'am, my question is, in 2021, did you report this assault to the police?
I contacted the police about the assault, yes.
Where?
Royal Oak Police.
Okay, you weren't assaulted in Royal Oak, right?
No.
Nothing took place in Royal Oak, correct?
Well, that's the hospital that was.
Excuse me, did the assault take place in Royal Oak?
The assault did not take place. In Royal Oak.
So why would you go to Royal Oak to make a report about something that didn't take place in their jurisdiction?
Because Royal Oak Police came to the hospital that day and the officer told me if I wanted to report at a later time, I was ready to tell the truth about what really happened to me to contact them back.
Okay.
So that's what I did.
Because you lied to them initially, correct?
I initially did not tell them what happened.
So that's an accurate response to my question. You lied to the police when they asked you about what happened, correct?
I did not tell them what happened.
What did you tell them?
I just kept telling them it's whatever he told us. Whatever story he told us.
So you're saying that my client gave a statement to the Royal Oak Police Department?
Yeah, you gave a statement to the hospital, I know.
Excuse me, my question, ma'am, please, my question to you is, did you observe my client speak to the Royal Oak Police Department?
They separated us, so I don't know. I know they took them, someone took them, someone took me. I don't know what it's going to be.
So you're totally separate from Mr. Arnold, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and so you indicated in your written statement that you were in fear for your life and fear for your soon to be born child, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree that Mr. Arnold's not in the room with you, he can't harm you, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay, and at that particular point in time, you're in a safe place, right?
Right.
The officers are armed with weapons, correct? They won't let Mr. Arnold in the room with you while you're there communicating with them, right? And that's your, is that a yes?
Yes.
And that's your opportunity to be truthful with them about what happened to you, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and when you had that opportunity to be truthful, you lied, fair?
I didn't lie. I was protecting myself from my children.
Okay, so you viewed yourself to have been the victim of an assault at that particular time, correct?
Repeat the question?
You viewed yourself while you were in the hospital to have been a victim of an assault at that particular time, right? And in your mind, protecting your children was not telling the police the truth about who assaulted you? Is that what you're saying? Okay. So throughout the years of 2020 and 2021, you and Mr. Arnold resided together, correct?
Correct.
You raised your children together, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, you worked to support them, he worked to support them, and you took care of it together, right?
No.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. There's a particular point in time where the two of you separated, correct?
Where I evicted him from my home, yes.
Okay. It was important for you to highlight that you evicted him, correct?
Correct.
Why?
Because he wasn't helping take care of the children, he wasn't helping pay the mortgage.
Okay. And so you considered him to be a tenant, even though the two of you were cohabitating together?
I never said he was a tenant.
Okay, well, how do you evict someone who's not a tenant?
Well, he wasn't helping me with the bills.
Fair
So it was,
Okay, I appreciate that you said that. So then at that particular point in time, you not only did Mr. Arnold leave the house, then in 2022, in the Macomb Circuit Court, you filed a family law case for child custody with Mr. Arnold, correct?
what day was it?
In 2022.
I didn't file anything in child custody.
Excuse me. Don't you and Mr. Arnold actively have a child custody dispute going on now?
We do.
Okay, I'm asking you when the case was filed.
You asked me if I filed it, and I told you I did not file it.
Okay, do you know what the word plaintiff means?
Yes.
Okay, you'd agree with me in your child support, in your child custody case, you're the plaintiff, correct?
Correct.
You're represented by a lawyer, correct?
Okay, can we go back a little?
No, can you answer my
I'm not
question, please?
understanding.
Okay, well, you just told me you know what the word plaintiff means, right?
Okay, yes.
Yes, you're the plaintiff, correct?
In one of the cases, the state of Michigan was the plaintiff originally, when the child support case was open. I didn't open it, I didn't open the case.
I'm asking you specifically about your child custody case. You established custody with in the case for your two children with Mr. Arnold, is that correct?
We established custody. I never took them. The state of Michigan established the case, and then Mr. Arnold took me to court, November 28, 2022. I never took him to court for anything.
Oh, so you're saying that you responded in November, so in November, you're saying you responded to pleadings filed in family court from Mr. Arnold, is that your testimony?
In November, we would say what's that?
You just testified that in November, you responded that you received notice or service that Mr. Arnold had initiated a family law case against you, is that your testimony?
Yeah, in November, he initiated.
In November of 2022.
Correct.
And then in response to that, a week later, then that's when you go to the police and say he assaulted me years ago, correct?
No, well, that's why I ended up going.
So,
the original police report.
right, so I'm talking about from a chronology perspective, right? It wasn't until Mr. Arnold took steps to try to actively see his children that you went to the police and said he assaulted you, correct? Is that a fair statement, yes or no?
Repeat the question.
Okay. In November, Mr. Arnold takes actions in a family court to try to see his children, to try to be an active dad, correct?
Okay.
Is that a yes?
He took me to court to try and get joint custody so he wouldn't have to pay the child support.
Okay.
In July.
Fair enough. And then in response to that, then that's when you go to the police and say he assaulted me 4 years ago.
That's not how it happened.
Well, ma'am,
Explain how it
excuse me. You can explain with the prosecutor. You can answer my questions on cross-examination, please. I'm just talking about the dates. Your statement to the police is dated December 6, 2022. Would you like to see it?
No.
Okay. And you just testified that in November of 2022, that Mr. Arnold took action against you in the family court, correct? My question to you only is, it was only after that took place that you went to the Detroit police and made this report about this assault,
I made a report about the assault that time, around that time of the hearing in December, another days.
Okay. Now, you indicated that previously you went to the Royal Oak Police Department office, correct?
I called the Royal Oak Police Department.
Who did you speak with?
Whoever on staff, officer answered the phone.
Okay. Did you get a report number?
I didn't get a report.
You indicated that you received some medical treatment from Beaumont Hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, do you have any discharge paperwork from the hospital?
With me today?
Yes. Okay, did you provide any discharge paperwork to the detectives who are investigating the case?
They said that I would be able to, whoever the lady is, that's what last week said, I would be able to invest in the
You had the paperwork though, correct?
I can't recall. I'm sure they usually get discharged.
And I'm asking you, did you provide it to any law enforcement?
No.
So when we talk about broken noses and concussions and things of that nature, that would be included in the discharge paperwork based upon your experience, your life experience. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. And in this particular case, you're saying you had the documentation, but you didn't give it to them, correct?
I don't even know that I said that. I know that there are records of it.
Okay, the picture that you took in this particular case, you testified that was on your cell phone, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, as far as you know, were you photographed by members of the Detroit Police Department?
No, not sure.
Were you photographed by members of the Royal Oak Police Department?
No.
In addition to the action in the family law court that's currently active, you also filed a petition in the Macomb Circuit Court to have both of your names, your children's names changed from Arnold to Randall. Is that correct? Okay. And again, all of this took place after Mr. Arnold filed his action in family court against you, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Judge. Nothing further. Can you redirect?
Yes. Briefly. Okay. Okay, Ms. Randall, I'm just going to ask you, when you went to the hospital on September 19th, 2019, why did you not make a report about what happened?
I wanted to report what happened. I did not report it because I was, during my pregnancy, it was the closest thing to death. I get extremely sick. I'm hospitalized for the first 6 or 7 months. The only thing I could think about was what was going to happen with my children. I also, and Mr. Arnold knows this, I had a similar situation that happened with my 13-year-old dad. He was put in jail.
Objection.
Outside the scope and
not relevant.
Your Honor, she's testifying to what had happened previously, and it goes to first state of mind at that time.
I'll take it because I'd like to know why she didn't make it. Fair enough.
So, this had happened to me previously. I was embarrassed.
Just take a moment when you're ready.
This had happened to me again. So my situation took place with my oldest daughter's dad. Fresh charges on him, and he was this jail time. Mr. Arnold knew about that situation and the fact that he would do something like that. I was embarrassed. I was afraid. I didn't want anybody in my family to know that this happened again. I didn't let any of my friends know. Nobody knew about this. I kept it secret out of pure embarrassment and just being afraid.
All right, and when asked, you stated on cross-examination, I was protecting myself and my children. What did you mean by that?
I just looked at it. I didn't know if they would actually use it to him. I didn't, from my understanding, he didn't have a previous criminal record. If he would have got slapped on the wrist and we were living together at the time, he would have had to come home to me after me, telling him. The first time this happened to me and my daughter's father were not living together. We were actually broken up at the time. So I wasn't afraid to tell. You know, I lived in my own separate house. In this situation, it was different because we were actually living together. So I felt like I didn't.
All right, now it's a couple of years later, and you do make the report about what happened, right? Okay. So, can you tell us why you decided to wait until this time to make the report?
I can. So, I was on the phone with my cousin, Brandon. He lives in Atlanta. He's from Detroit, lives in Atlanta. And he and I were conversing, and I was talking to him. And I actually told him the situation of Mr. Arnold we had a court hearing that was coming up in November of 2022. And he was the first person that I told about that during that time. And my cousin was the one who advised me. He said, you need to get it on police record.
Objection, hearsay. Sustained.
Well, you had a discussion with your cousin.
I did.
Okay. And you discussed this incident and the situation you're in right now at that time?
Correct.
Okay. And so was it based on the information that you received or that you had discussed with your cousin? Did you decide to make a decision about this incident?
At that point, my cousin convinced me that I needed to at least have it on police record. Because I told him I had never, I hadn't got to report it. So that's, at that point, I only put it on record. I did not think it was gonna go further than that. I just thought it was gonna be on a police report. And that was it.
Okay. And were you living with Mr. Arnold at that time?
No. It wasn't until I spoke to my little brother. My brother is a special ed.
No objection, Judge. This is a narrative. There was no question asked. Now we're just getting tested.
Sustained.
I have no further questions at this time.
No recourse.
All right, thank you, man. Okay, hold on. So, messed up. You have the witnesses for the people?
I have no further witnesses at
Any
this time.
witnesses for the defendant?
No, thank you, Judge.
People?
Yes. Judge, I'm sorry, could you just hold up that picture one, for me one time, I just want, okay, thank you, that's all I need. Okay, at this time, Your Honor, I move to find over on all counts, and I reserve arguments.
Judge, so when I think about witness credibility, the one thing I talk about is, I always think about is motivation to fabricate, motivation to lie, right? So there are things that I can learn about the family law case that are irrefutable because I can look on the register of actions. And then when I hear a complaining witness say that it was only after chronologically, she can say that it was because she had a conversation with a family member or a law enforcement agent or whatever, what have you. I'm locked into the dates, Judge. So she indicated that she evicted the defendant in November of 2021, or the end of 2021. For a full year, there's no action taken. He doesn't live there. He's not a part of her life anymore. He's not around. In fact, what she testified to, even though it wasn't responsive to a question, was that he doesn't have any involvement with the children's library. So then when he takes action in the family law court because she's blocking him from being an active father, what do? We get the judicial system weaponized against someone who's trying to be an active dad. And then now the ball starts rolling. Right now he's viewed totally differently in the light of the family court. He goes from being an individual with a spotless criminal record and no criminal history, as the complaining witnesses testified to. So all of a sudden, he's viewed as a violent, dangerous individual with a felony warrant out for his arrest. So these are allegations that took place in December of 2019. It's not until November of 2022, purely reactionary by the dates, that she goes to the police and then comes back a week later in December.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Kenneth. Let's say, for the sake of argument, everything that you just indicated is 100% accurate and true.
Right.
But does it matter what her motivation is to come forward? Does it matter if her underlying motivation is to win in this child custody thing? If it did in fact happen?
I would say that, yes. I would say,
regardless of what motivated me to do it, if it happened, it happened.
Nonetheless, Judge, but what I would say, when a court is assessing credibility, one of the things the court that we always tell the fact finder, and for this particular setting, the court is the fact finder just at a lower standard. And we understand that this is probable cause, but nonetheless, look at the witness credibility instruction. What do we tell individuals that they're supposed to look at when they have an opportunity to assess credibility? Does the witness have a reason to lie? Does the witness have a reason to fabricate? What prompted the allegations to come forward? These are things that we tell jurors when they sit in the box that they should think about. And I'm gonna tell you what sticks out to the court.
is that if I'm going to make up a lie, Mr. Defendant, that he assaulted me, that the assault did not happen, I'm not going to choose something from 4 years ago. I'm gonna say it happened relatively recent. If I'm going to make up a lie, I'm going to say that it happened. I'm not going to point to something that happened 3 or 4 years ago. Then I'm going to submit a picture to the police of me being battered and bruised. It just doesn't happen.
Well, I would suggest that my experience would say otherwise, because of my family law experience, Judge, that individuals, when they're trying to get an upper hand in the proceedings, will do anything. And sometimes those things will extend.
That doesn't necessarily mean that they're lying either.
But it should affect the way the court perceives, the way they receive testimony. Look at the immediacy of the way we look at CSC cases, for example, right?
See, I don't necessarily care what her motivation to come forward is. My concern is, did it happen?
And our position would be, Judge, there's no evidence that it did happen other than her. So the picture comes from her. There's no blood seen in the house. There's no 911 call. There's no uninterested witnesses that can provide evidence. There's no medical records supporting the assault. There's not a judge. I don't even get a written account. The government. So look, this is 4 years ago. I would think that if I'm going to take 6 months or an extended period of time to sign or authorize a warrant against an individual before you have them drugged out of their home and arrested, or before you humiliate them, go do your due diligence. How is it that we're here for a preliminary examination for something that took place 4 years ago and there are no medical records, right? Because she says that she didn't say anything about what happened. So what if I get the medical records and there is a statement, right? Now, they've obligated my ability to cross-examine this witness simply because they won't do their due diligence. So it's whatever Ms. Randall says, Judge, and then you just take the defendant and just catch him up in the web, trash his parental rights, I had to fight like hell to the tether from being put on him. All why? Because of the word of one scorned individual, because she was dissatisfied with the fact that he wanted to be a dad. Judge, that's trash. That's not a pursuit of justice. I'm asking you to dismiss this matter today.
Ms. Drain?
Thank you, Judge. Again, I would move to find over on all counts. I would ask the court to take the complainant, Ms. Randall's testimony as credible and believable. She testified that she did remember the events of September 19th of 2019, although it was very long ago. She described this incident clearly as having an argument about the birth of their second child, and that she didn't want the defendant's father there. She testified that he was getting angry. She testified clearly that, very specifically, he had a beer pipe in his hand, and that it was filled with water, and that he was drinking, and he then took it. And she described specifically how they were sitting as well. She was sitting here and he was sitting on their sectional, like right by her, and he just takes it and hits it so hard in her face that it breaks. The glass shatters all over, and then he cleans it up later. He hits her so hard in the face with it that it breaks her nose. She testified.
Do you have any medical records to show that she had broken up?
I do not have medical. I do not have medical. She did not provide any medical records. No, I don't have medical records of that. But this
I would be very interested to know if she had a broken nose around that time, and if she did have contact with the police, something to bolster her credibility. Now, albeit the witness's sworn testimony is evidence, and if I believe that evidence, at least from the probable cause standpoint, at this juncture of the proceedings, I could find out. Should find out.
And I will also indicate to this court that the picture that she identifies as her on the day after the incident, she identified that as her. You can see that there's something over her nose. You can see black eyes, and she indicates that she was informed that she could get black eyes because of the broken nose. There is also a date. There's a date on the picture as well, which coincides with the date that she says that this.
That's what I would like to see, if there's something that corroborates that date, like hospital visit on the 19th. shows that she had a broken nose. And then to have this picture followed up with that along with her testimony pretty much sealed the deal, I would think.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Anyway, in asking her questions about why she didn't report this at that time, I think her explanation does make sense. She stated this had happened to her before, but she was living with the father of the older child at that. She was not living with the older child, with the father of the older child at that time. Therefore, she had her own house and it was easier to make a report. In this incident, she was living with the father of the 5-month-old and father of the child that she was pregnant with at that time. And she didn't want to make the report at that time. She didn't say it didn't happen. She said it did happen. She didn't want to make the report at that time. They were living together and she wanted to protect herself and her children, and she was embarrassed that this had happened again. I think that's very reasonable and that is believable. She wouldn't have to say that if she was just making this up. And as to why she made the report later, yes, there's nothing to say about whether or not it's the date coincides with the date of the report in the family law case. But again, she says that she had a conversation with her cousin, and based on that conversation, she then made a report. She stated that she wanted to make a report, but didn't think that anything would even happen from this. So, Your Honor, based on that, I'm going to ask that this court take her testimony as credible and believable that this did happen on that day in 2019. And again, I got to remind you.
I think that she most certainly did know that something was going to happen. That's why she filed the report at the time that she filed it, that she was looking to get her hand in this family court issue that she's having. So I don't buy that she didn't think anything was going to happen, that she just made the report and she was trying to garner something from it. I think it's clear that what she was trying to do by the time that she was trying to put her hand in family court matter. So what I'm trying to understand, appreciate, however, is if what she says, in fact, did happen, regardless of her motivation, regardless of what motivated her to come forward at the time that she came forward, did it happen? I can't imagine that you would be beaten, battered, wait almost 4 years to say anything about it, at least 3 years to say anything about it. And it didn't come important to her to say anything about it until this child custody thing comes up. I would have liked to have something to bolster her credibility, particularly since this was something that allegedly took place so long ago. Almost 4 years later, she says, or she's able to tell the court in very specific detail as to what happened to her. Almost 4 years later, she was so traumatized that she had a broken nose in her life. Yet she had the presence of mind to bring in this picture of the medical records to show that she did in fact have a broken nose. So I'm left to weigh the credibility of the witness, people's only witness who came forward to testify. And I think that her motivations are clear. She said that she's experienced this kind of thing before prior boyfriend. She knows exactly what to do. She knows what happened. Because she said that prior boyfriend went to jail behind this. I think I would be more inclined to believe her if she was to say the reason I didn't come forward because he is the father of my children and I didn't want him to go to jail at the time. I saw what happened to my prior boyfriend. I didn't want that to happen to him, even though he assaulted me. I didn't want anything bad to happen to him. probably would expect a response like that a little more. But she said that she was embarrassed and she was afraid. I think she had different motivations. And I would feel more comfortable in a bind over if there was something supporting something other than her testimony, although her testimony, her sworn testimony is evidence. If she was corroborated by some other physical evidence, whether it be medical records or someone saw her with a broken nose or something, and I would feel a little more comfortable with that. Broken nose around that time. So, in saying that, yes, I'm saying that court finds there's insufficient evidence to find guilty. It's just that the evidence of her testimony. I would like something to corroborate that. These are very serious charges, and they're stale. They're so long ago. I'm kind of suspect that she can deliver such detail as to how they were sitting and so forth 40 years ago. So the court is going to dismiss this matter. Thank you. Please dismiss the order, Mr. Clemens.
Yes, I concluded. Thank you. Everyone have a wonderful day.
Okay, I have quite a few folks here. Oh. Got Ms. Montgomery. This will be Mr. Montgomery first.
Police Chandler. Recalling case number 2305-570901, people of the state of Michigan versus Kenneth Chandler. Defendant is charged in count 1, malicious destruction of personal property, 1,000 or more, but less than 20,000. Count 2, domestic violence.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Neighborhood Defender Service by Kate DeMont Grady, P 83667, on behalf of Mr. Kenneth Chandler, who appears via Zoom. And Mr. Chandler, please state your name.
Good morning, Kenneth Chandler.
What's your question, Mr. Montgomery?
Your Honor, we're asking that the court recall the KPS at this point. Mr. Chandler was not on at 8:30, but he did sign on at 9 and asked me to set a preliminary exam. The court will withdraw the KPS.
The court will set aside the outstanding KPS, reinstate the original bond, set this matter for preliminary examination. How is April 3rd at 9:30?
Your Honor, I'm out of the office April 3rd and 4th, but I am available the 5th.
April 5th at 9:30.
That works well.
April 5th at 9:30, bond will be continued.
Thank you. Mr. Chandler, I'll call you this afternoon, okay?
Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Mr. Pope. Good morning.
Yes, sir.
You
Sir.
ready?
I am, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Case number 2305-585801, people of the state of Michigan versus Victoria Hudson. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2, weapons, felony, firearm. Defendant has a habitual offender or offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is James Kehoe, and my P number is 82812 on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, may it please this honorable court, Larry Polk on behalf of Victoria Hudson. Is Miss Hudson in the lockup, Judge?
Yes, she is. She's in the Wayne County Jail. She's here via Zoom.
All right,
Miss
very
Hudson,
good. Miss Hudson, would you state your name for the record, please?
unmute yourself, Miss Hudson. All right, what's your question, Mr. Pope?
Well, Judge, I spoke to Mr. Kehoe. I do not have the discovery in this matter. And so I'm gonna ask, I guess, that the discovery be tendered to me as soon as possible, and possibly we have another PCC.
Mr. Kehoe, when are you gonna give Mr. Pope that discovery?
Your Honor, he's going to have it today. This was a reissued case, Judge. Most of the reports and everything are going to be the same as last time. There's only a few differences that are going to be in that discovery packet, Judge. But it's all going to be turned over today. I'm going to be coming to the court on another matter to get an IS disclosure order signed as well, Judge. But that would be the last of the materials that are going to be turned over today, Judge.
Okay, so Mr. Pope, he's gonna get that discovery to you today. I would like to set this for preliminary examination on April 4th at 10 o'clock.
Judge, I'm not available to have this on the 4th, Judge. I still have to review this material. It's easy for him to say that it's the same material from last year, but I have to go through all of this material to make sure that my client's rights are protected. And so I'd ask the court to not set it for April 4th.
April 11th at 11:30?
Judge, I'm gonna be out of town that whole week. I come back, my first day back is the 17th.
Our last call was April 18th.
I'll take it.
Your Honor, could we do the 11:30 slot that day? I just have one matter at 10 o'clock. I don't want to double book myself.
All right, April 18th at 11:30.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Polk, I'll send you an email as soon as we're done today, okay?
All right, that's fine.
Thank you,
Wait
sir.
for that discovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Migrady, you ready?
Yes, I just believe we need APA drain on Robin.
Okay. Robinson. Calling case 2355723 for State of Michigan versus Marvin Robinson. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 3 assaulting resisting destructive police officer, count 4 domestic violence. Appearance for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Grant for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Neighborhood Defender Service, by Team Kimont Grady, P 83667, on behalf of Mr. Marvin Robinson, who's present with us in the courtroom. Mr. Robinson, please state your name.
Marvin Robinson. There's a date, time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. None of the witnesses are present before.
Your Honor, defense moves to dismiss.
So ordered. Court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
No witness. Okay, cool. You're welcome.
Yeah.
But of course, oh, you, thank you.
You're welcome.
She just called, she goes on mute. Does this,
Let me see if I can.
Okay, do we have anybody on the next case ready?
The attorney ain't showed up for the Harris case.
What about Adelphi?
That's, so, you right here.
Ready on Adelphi?
No, actually, the defendant is in custody and she was not brought over. It's my understanding she was not brought over because this is medical because of COVID.
Okay.
So, defense counsel is Alexandra Chakotay, and she is
She called.
Oh, okay.
She's at the tethering unit.
Yeah.
She's gonna zoom.
Okay, yep, so she'll zoom in, we'll be ready.
All right.
And look, and I'll just be asking for an adjournment. Thank you.
Good morning.
And Mr. Harris is. Yeah. I think she was.
Sure, it's here. Ms. Hudson, you're all set, man.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Well, I'm waiting on somebody to get me. You know I'm in the room.
Okay, that's fine. Good morning, Ms. Joy.
Good morning, Your Honor. I am so sorry for joining late. I'm currently at the tether unit.
You're on punishment.
For Miss Aldefe, she is currently on quarantine, and I believe will need at least 2 weeks before she will be able to be transported to the court in person.
Okay. Calling case 2355944, people of the state of Michigan versus Sarah Aldelpe. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with a reflecting count 2 assault or assault and battery, count 3 domestic violence. Cases for record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Grant for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alexandra Trout with the Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, P 85948, appearing on behalf of Miss Aldefe.
All right, so it's my understanding that Ms. Aldepe is having some kind of medical issue. that is preventing her from the court today?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Aldepe is currently in quarantine in the jail. For that reason, I'm requesting that her presence be waived and that the preliminary exam date be adjourned it's sometime during the week of the 10th or the 17th, just to give time for her to be able to be transported in person.
Let's try for April 14th.
That is perfect, Your Honor.
April 14th at 10 o'clock.
Is there any possibility that it could be around 11 or after? I have court at the Third Circuit in the morning, and I want to make sure I have time to get over.
Okay, April 14th at 11 o'clock.
That should be perfect, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Is Mr. Kenneth here on Harris?
I am, Judge.
Oh, there he is. Good morning, Mr. Kenneth.
Good morning, Judge.
Calling case 2355900, people of the state of Michigan versus Elgin Harris. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 felony firearm. Appearance is correct.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people. P number 60249.
And may it please the court, Neighborhood Defender Services Detroit by Jeffrey Tenecki, P64800, on behalf of Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris, please state your name for the record.
Elgin Harris.
There's the date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is Ms. Philkia Miller. She was notified of today's date and time, and she is not present. I cannot proceed without her testimony today.
We move to dismiss, Your Honor.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
And apparently it's the Mr. Kenneth show today.
Yeah, well, 10:30 and 11 slots are, but the 11 should be a waiver. Mr. Kimo was coming over from homicide to be part of that.
All right. Great. Thank you.
I think they're having them brought up when doing the sign. Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, I got you all over this week.
Right, well, it's fine. Brian Johnson and I are blaming you for the plate because it went through today.
No, I told him, I was like, Brian, I put this screw something, I told him there was no offer after today. It's like,
Well, it was the plate, I got told. Then after yesterday afternoon, I was at office and I get called. I'm like, I don't know.
Prisoners up.
And then
going through this short door right here. Oh, I'm sorry. Earlier this morning. Morning again, Judge.
Good morning, sir.
how you doing? Get that clear. Just so you know.
I'll do it.
Probably.
All right. First thing.
This is one of those. Okay.
Corey Stacy Canty. Calling case 2260064 for the state of Michigan versus Corey Stacy Canty. Defendant is charged in count 1 homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is James Kehoe, and my phone number is 82812 on behalf of the people standing in for APA and official staff.
And may it please the court, Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Jeffrey Kenneth, P64800 on behalf of Mr. Canty. Mr. Canty, please state your name for the record.
Morning, thanks.
All right, so we scheduled today. Go ahead, Mr. Nick.
Your Honor, we scheduled today for technically an exam hearing, knowing that we had previously received a criminal responsibility report indicating that Mr. Canty was not criminally responsible. He has executed the waiver form of this case so we can be bound over to circuit court for further proceedings with the settled record and handling this case through probate and treatment.
All right, Mr. Canty, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You understand you have a statutory right to have, put your hand up. You have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination by waiving the same. That means you won't have one. You will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand in charge. You understand that, sir?
Yes.
You understand the nature and the purpose of a preliminary examination?
Yes.
You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish a crime. The crime was committed in the city of Detroit, probable cause to be committed.
Yes.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
No.
Does anyone promise you?
No.
Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Any objection from the people?
No objection, Your Honor.
The court finds the defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily, quickly, yet the court finds the focus of Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on information, date and time will be April 5th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Following the proceedings.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll be there. You can give this one, he will be. Okay, all right, I'll see you in a week, okay? All right.
At least we're having a conversation, but
Yeah. Okay, no, yeah. We'll free next week.
Okay.
All right, thanks. Everyone have a good day. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, you too. Mr. Dupree.
Good morning, Judge. How you doing?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm doing fine, Dave.
Ready to rub?
We are.
Calling case 2162836, people of the state of Michigan versus Cornelius Love Rugg. In the charge of count 1 home invasion, first degree, count 2 assault, intentional great violence, harm, less than murder by strangulation. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shall we take the people team number 60249?
Good morning, Your Honor. Matthew Dupree, P0132, attorney for Mr. Grubb. Mr. Grubb, could you state your name, please?
Cornelius Love Grubb.
Is the time set for preliminary examination? Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness was notified of today's hearing. I was just out in the hallway and I did not, there was no one there. There was no one that checked in for this case. I cannot proceed without the testimony.
That's a move to dismiss, Your Honor.
So ordered, the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Maybe 1985, October 29th.
This strain is more.
Oh, yes, yeah, I'll tell. Yeah, you go in the hallway.
With Mr. Washington. Ernest Moore.
They changed the procedures on that.
Yeah, they did.
We're gonna try it, so.
Yeah, Arnold, know you was here.
You
Didn't, I told him.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know if you know what I was talking about. Oh, GET.
Oh, no, that is registered with, you mix the E with the K. You replace the K with the E.
Oh, my bad.
Ain't no problem, Judge. You remember him, don't you? You remember him, don't you?
I think he was the oldest.
Yeah, he came out the year after me.
I remember the name.
Dang, yeah, he was a bad guy. He was coaching over there for a minute. He was a coach.
Yeah, I asked him, he said, yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. I caught his voice.
Oh.
First, when I saw his name, his older brother, who he named after, was there like a year or two before when I was there. So when I saw the name, I said,
There was a lot of arms came from Southwest.
oh yeah. They had a big family though.
Yeah.
Cause when I saw his name, I was first thing I said, "Please," I said, "You from somewhere?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Okay." Then I started hiring Brian. He's like, "Yeah, okay." We go check and see if this attorney out there.
Do you want a copy?
Jackson checked in on time.
Jackson.
I know, I would.
You don't stage.
Hey, rather be early than late, that's true.
Watch your car. Just watch your car.
He said he was something great.
Yes. I was tied up over Russell Street. Oh.
Morning. Good morning, Mr. Washington. Ernest Moore. Calling case 2355909, for the state of Michigan versus Ernest Guy Moore. Defendant is charged in count 1 second degree arson, count 2 assault with great bodily harm, murder or violation. Count 3 domestic violence, second offense notice. Domestic violence and or warning assault on a pregnant woman, second offense notice. Defendant has an additional fourth offense notice. Appearances for pregnant.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Gray for the people, team number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Earl Washington, Neighborhood Defender Service, P 31383, on behalf of Mr. Ernest Moore.
Tell me your name and represent. Here's the date and time, second preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Sir, I'm not able to proceed at this time. I will repeat for the court that I do have Lieutenant Welch, who is present in the courtroom. And he is sitting in for the officer in charge. He was a subpoenaed witness as well through the arson unit. However, the complaining witness, Ms. Keithia McKee, was notified of today's hearing. She stated she would be present. However, she is not present. We have tried to contact her. I would love to ask an adjournment, but I don't have any information to give to the court. That's why she's not here.
Your Honor, defense moves to dismiss.
So order, the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
Any dismissal order, Mr. Washington?
Yes, sir. What they usually say after.
Thank you, yes, sir.
And look, you get around family upstairs and also.
Okay, this is paperwork on more. Okay. You go around. Yeah, we ready to, yes, sir. Because I said 99. That's all right. You know what? I'll hold. Let me see. Let me. Get up there. Downstairs.
I was just on to it, call her name, sir. Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Bill, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing? How you, good morning. Hey,
Ms. Carson, ready?
Okay, we're ready. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Short door right here. Black sheep.
Terrell. Yes, sir. Calling case 2355714, people of the state of Michigan versus Terrell Bell. Defendant is charged with count 1 domestic violence, third offense notice. Count 2 assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3 assault and resisting obstruction of police officer. Defendant has an additional 4th offense notice.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Stephanie Carson on behalf of Mr. Bell, P57096.
Here's the date and time set for your examination. Tell me your name for the record, sir. Terrell Bell. Was ready to proceed.
Yes, Judge, I'm prepared to proceed.
How many witnesses?
You're right, this time it looks like I'm just calling one witness. Yes, Your Honor, at this time, the people would call Officer Kenneth Martin.
Good afternoon, sir. Please step forward and give your name, spelling to the court reporter, seat over there. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat with this box next to you. Okay, when you're ready.
Thank you. Please state your name and stand for the record. Thank you.
Speak into that microphone. You can move it around or adjust it.
All right, I'm going to be asking you some questions this morning. If there's anything you don't understand or you want me to repeat, please let me know, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to bring your attention back to the date of February 23rd of this year, 2023. Do you remember that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you employed on that date?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is your occupation?
Detroit police officer?
Okay, you were still employed in that capacity on that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what were your duties on that day?
Basic patrol, national police for traffic.
Okay, and in performing those duties, were you in a vehicle or some other mode of transportation?
We're in a fully marked stop.
Okay, and when you say we, who are you speaking of?
I'm sorry, me and my partner.
Okay, what's your partner's name?
It's, Jay Henning.
Okay.
I'm sorry, using it, I'm sorry.
Okay, and did you receive any police runs to the area of 8078 Bliss Road in the city of Detroit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you arrive to that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was that a single home, apartment building, or?
Single home.
Okay. And when you arrived, what observations did you make of him?
We got the run, for, domestic violence, one assault, person with a weapon.
Okay,
As we pulled up and got out of the scout car, I overheard, sound like a little kid screaming. And so we, got to the door, as soon as they contacted the people inside, there was someone screaming.
okay. So when you arrived to that home, did you see anybody outside?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and was it anybody from the home or was it other people?
It was another person.
Okay, and where did you see that person?
They were outside, on the sidewalk. I believe it was the Kenneth's father.
Okay, all right, and so did you go to the front door of that home?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you said you heard a scream?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what happened after that?
Based off what I heard coming from inside the house, I made a decision to try to force my way in.
Okay,
I, got inside the vestibule of the house,
okay,
and, a young man came out. We, determined that he was here to see.
okay. And how did you make that determination?
We had a brief description, we had a brief description, and so, I am a front cover. We detained him and, took one of our stop cars.
So when you, so you entered the home
Yes, ma'am.
and you made contact with an individual, was this male or female?
Ma'am.
Okay. And we were able to determine who that person was.
Right away, I'm sorry, I don't know exactly what he said in the corner. He identified himself. We had a name on our computer. So we determined that's who we were coming to see. I detained him, I secured him and detained him. And then we, actually removed him from the front of the house to get him away from, the tenant and, his daughter.
Okay. So, the person that you detained and that you saw in the house and that you determined who this was, do you see that person in the court with you today?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you indicate where he is and what he's wearing today?
It's to my right, the surgical mask.
All right. Your Honor, please this record reflect this witness has identified the defendant to real that.
So noted.
Okay. So you decided to take him into custody, is that right? And so how exactly did that happen?
I talked to the complainant and her daughter, and they told me the story of, as to why we were there. There was some type of verbal argument, and over some clothing, I believe. And Mr. Bell is a very knife, and I said that's the shoes.
Okay.
And, the complainant's daughter was standing there, and her, talking to her perception was he was coming to attack her mom. And that's a screaming that we heard. Well, as I got out.
And this is what you heard from the complainant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so how, in terms of trying to put Mr. Bell into custody, can you tell us how that happened?
It was a little chaotic for a few minutes because the complainant's father was there.
Okay.
So, to make sure he is trying to hurt Mr. Bell as well as Mr. Bell trying to hurt him, so we put him into the scout, secured him into the scout car away from the complainant and away from his father.
Okay. So what happened after he was secured in the scout?
I stayed for a few minutes. My partner stayed outside with him. And I talked to Miss Homer and her daughter, and asked them to tell me the story of what happened.
Okay. And did they tell you the story?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and after they told you the story, what happened after that?
Made the determination to take Mr. Bell in for domestic violence and assault, and to get him transferred into the Detroit Detention Center.
Okay, so Was Mr. Bell compliant with all of your orders and commands?
For the most part, he was a little upset when we were taking him. As we were transporting him to the BBC, he was getting things here on the shield and the partition between the front seat and the back seat.
Okay.
So I decided not to take him to the jail, take him to the hospital.
Okay, but other than that, he was compliant?
He was angry. Just banged his hand on the shield and everything like that. Keeping the staff up to it.
Okay, thank you. There's no further questions.
Good afternoon, Officer Martin.
Hello.
You say Mr. Bell was angry.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it possible he was confused?
No, ma'am. He asked me why I was taken to jail, and I explained to him that why we're there, this is why we're taking.
Okay, so felonious assault, would be cutting the shoes with the knife?
No, ma'am. If that would be having a weapon of any kind, and
No.
the person.
Did he actually use that weapon on anyone?
No, ma'am.
Did he actually threaten anyone with that knife?
Yes, ma'am.
No, I said, did he actually threaten, not this on believe? Did he actually threaten anyone with that knife?
No, ma'am.
So the information that you had was that he had cut a pair of shoes or attempted to cut a pair of gym shoes with the knife, correct? And a child believed, a child was frightened. But that child didn't say he had approached her with the knife anyway, correct?
No.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you took Mr. Bell to the hospital.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you were concerned about his behavior when he was banging his head, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have any knowledge of Mr. Bell having a history of mental illness?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did you leave Mr. Bell at the hospital?
No, ma'am.
So was the hospital able to communicate with Mr. Bell?
They were able to briefly.
Isn't it true they listed him as a John Doe because they couldn't get sufficient information?
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that, were you present in the room with Mr. Bell?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true that he was handcuffed to the bed so that he wouldn't leave?
Yes, ma'am.
And eventually, after some force was used, you had to call the supervisor, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the hospital released Mr. Bell based on his behavior, correct? Nothing further, Your Honor.
Can you redirect?
Why was force used in the hospital?
He was being combative with the hospital staff and us. We wouldn't just like it up and yelling, screaming, trying to get away from the hospital. So we trying to restrain him as we could. Hospital staff attempted to do their screening and they couldn't. There's no way to do it.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Anything else?
Briefly. One of the things he was yelling is that the police was trying to kill him, correct?
I believe so.
I think that's right.
Thank you, sir. Any other witnesses for the people?
No further witnesses, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defense?
No, Your Honor.
People?
Your Honor, this time I would move for a bind over on count 3 only.
Or you get count 3?
The resisting in the hospital. That's
Sounded like, more like he was resisting treatment, which he has a right to do. Which ultimately led to the hospital releasing.
yes, I agree.
Anything else, counsel?
No, Your Honor, I object to the bind over.
So, court is not satisfied with the burden of probable cause as it relates to, are you moving to bind over on count 1?
No, Your Honor, I not testifying and I won't.
Court finds insufficient evidence to bind over on count 1, 2, or 3. Court will dismiss this matter for insufficient evidence. Yes, please. Mr. Cooper out there, he can step in.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
I'm good. Thank you for that. Oh. Thank you.
It's raring to go. Drain over there?
You want to check one more time.
Okay. On case 2355868, people of the state of Michigan versus Tony Moore Jackson. Defendant is charged with count 1 armed robbery, count 2 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 3 and 4 felony firearm, count 5 domestic violence. This is for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And Renee from behalf of Ms. Jackson.
Steve, tell me your name for the record.
Tony Moore Jackson.
There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I just got off the phone with the complainant. The officer in charge is here outside. He actually called the complainant and got him on the phone. I was able to speak with him as well. He's on his way. He is not here yet. He's on his way. I asked her.
May I ask what his name one time?
He said he didn't know anything about the hearing. He didn't know the officer in charge was talking to him and other people had tried. So I just don't know.
He knew, Judge, you had contact very early this morning with my client's grandmother. He, not what.
He said he's on his way.
Yeah, I suppose.
We have reason to believe he's not coming. He's lying to us. It wouldn't be the first time. But
No, I know. They actually pick up the phone and make that mistake. What are they gonna say? I guess I'll probably be here by Friday. Whatever you wish to.
I figured that the exam would have lasted at least 2 minutes.
Okay, we like.
Thank you.
Mandates?
We are ready, Judge.
Ready? It's here?
Yes, here.
Okay, Pete's here. Calling case 2355868, for the state of Michigan versus Tony Moore Jackson, defendants charged with count 1 armed robbery, count 2 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 3 and 4 felony firearm, count 5 domestic violence. Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drake for the people, P number 60249.
And may people for Ms. Jackson, we'd ask witnesses not to testify to the question.
All right. Tell me your name again.
Tony Moore Jackson.
Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness in order to log off at this time, how many witnesses do we have, Mr.
One witness, Your Honor.
Ready to call witness?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the people would call Sean Grubbs.
Sir, please step forward, tell me your name and spelling of your name to the young lady seated there. Please raise your right hand, sir. The other right, there you go. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you, sir. Please come up here and have a seat with this box next to me. Speaking to that microphone, it's going to be to your left.
Sean Grubbs.
Maybe give me ready.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name once again for the record.
Sean Grubbs.
All right. Mr. Grubbs, I'm going to be asking you some questions. If you don't understand anything or if you want me to repeat it, please let me know, all right?
All right.
Okay. Mr. Grubbs, I want to bring your attention back to the date of March 3rd, 2023. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
Okay, and where were you on that date?
Miss Tony Jackson house.
Okay, you said Miss Tony Jackson?
Yes.
And what is your relationship with her?
Yeah, on and off sexual relationship.
Okay, and do you see Ms. Tony Jackson in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Okay, for identification purposes, could you tell us where she is and what she's wearing today?
She's sitting over there to your right and over there.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Please let the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant, Tony Moore Jackson.
Hello.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Grubbs, so can you tell us what happened on that day when you went to the?
I went over there to tell her like he had to cut everything off, and she got mad, and she screamed, "Fuck you, Sean! I'm tired of you, Sean!" Went to her dresser, grabbed her, and told me to take off all of it.
Okay, so where were you in the house when this happened?
In her bedroom.
You were in her bedroom?
Yes.
And what exactly did she say to you?
She told me, "Fuck you, Sean! I'm tired of you, Sean!" And she grabbed her, walked over to her dresser, she grabbed her, and she told me to take off my cell phone.
Okay, and all your stuff meaning what?
My chain, my earrings, my wallet, my money.
Okay. So did you do that?
Yes.
Okay, so what exactly did you take off?
I took off my chain, my earrings, my wallet. Two extras in my pocket.
What did you have for wallet?
My ID, my social security card, my certifications for my job, my kids' bank gate for.
Okay, and did you have cash in your wallet?
No.
Oh.
It was in my pocket.
Okay, how much cash did you have in your pocket?
$2,000.
$2,000 cash?
Yes.
Okay. And
Did she take that too?
Yes.
so how far away was she from you when she obtained the weapon?
When she grabbed the weapon, she was across the room.
Okay, and where did she grab the weapon from?
I inside her dresser.
Okay, and what did the gun look like?
It was, I believe it was black, looked like money.
Okay, did she just pull it out and say, and tell you to give her your stuff? Or did
She pulled it out and cocked it back.
Okay, did she point it anywhere?
Yes.
Where did she point it?
Towards my face.
Okay, and how did you feel at that time?
Like I told the detective, like, you know what I'm saying, if I would have moved at any point, she probably would have shot me and y'all could put it as domestic violence and she injured herself, so I was kind of scared, so.
Okay, and when you took everything off and took the money out of your pocket, what did you do with it specifically?
I threw it on the bed,
Okay, and where was she at that point?
still like close to.
Okay, so what happened after you put everything on the bed?
She told me to fuck out.
Okay, and what did you do?
I left and called the police because I was already on over to the police station.
Okay, and what happened after that?
I made my police report. I got several over the weekend. I got several text messages from her.
I object to the text messages that he believes came from her. What they could be authenticated.
No, I'd like to ask the witness questions about the text messages you received.
All right. I got several text messages from her.
Okay, well, let me stop you just for a second. And how do you know that the text messages you received were from her?
That's correct. I had a number.
Okay, so the text messages came from a phone number that you recognize as hers?
Yes.
And how did you recognize that as her number?
Because I had the same.
Okay, had you had communications with her through that phone number before?
Yes.
Okay, so what were the nature of the text messages?
The nature of the text messages, I was asking her to bring my stuff back. She told me no, I'm not in town. She sent me several locations while she was out of town. Like, you meet me here, you get on the road, come here. I gave that all to the detectives. I even got a phone call from her. I had told her, like, I'm just gonna go to your mom and your grandma. I got a phone call from her and I recorded it. She said, I got your stuff, it's with me. I do have several video recordings from her family members stating that she left behind me.
Let me object to that, Judge. I don't know what family members they are, but that's hearsay.
Sustain.
What did she say about the stuff that she had of yours?
I got it, it's with me, you don't have to go to nobody else.
Okay, and what did you say, if anything?
Why are you holding on to me?
What did she say, if anything?
She hung up on me.
Did you ever get anything back?
No, I actually ended up, as one of her family members said that she behind me, they told me what pawn shop she went to, and I actually went up there, they had it, and I had called the detective.
Okay, so you called one of her family members?
Yes.
And you received information from one of her family members?
Yes, two of them.
Two different family members?
Yes.
Who were those family members?
One is Lee Jackson and the other one was Chris.
Okay, have you ever had contact with those two individuals before?
Yes.
In what capacity?
I'm on her.
Oh, okay. So you received information from them and then you went to a pawn shop?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you see at the pawn shop?
They had, took pictures of my chain, my earrings, and they took pictures of her ID.
And how do you know this?
Because I went up there with a picture of my chain. Yeah, a pawn shop, and said, yeah, I got that, somebody brought it me. You know, if it's yours and it's stolen, you gotta call the police. Show me the police report. After I left, I called the detective. They called up there, that's what it was at.
Okay, did you actually see it there?
Yes.
So you saw your chain in the pawn shop?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything else other than your chain?
My earrings.
And let me ask you about the chain. What kind of chain was this?
I got a custom made chain with my name on it, my kids' names on it.
Okay. And what is it made out of?
It's golden diamonds.
Okay. And you said earrings as well? Okay, so this custom one is something that you didn't buy it, like, there's, thousands of them out there. This is something that only you have because it's custom?
Yes.
Okay, and you saw it there in the pawn shop?
Yes.
All right. And the earrings that you had, what kind of earrings were they?
It was 3 golden diamond.
Okay. And did you see those there as well too?
Yes.
And you identified those as yours?
Yes.
Okay. And did you say that they showed you a picture of her?
Of her ID, yes.
Okay, so you, at the pawn shop, you saw a picture of her ID
Yes.
in association with this material?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, these items, okay, and then you let the officer in charge know, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and you said that, I don't have any further questions at this time.
Thank you, Judge. On top of the charge, 14K fine, high part. 14K? Yes. Okay, do you know where your items are now? They still there. The man charged me over. I just asked if you know what they are. Yes. Okay, so police didn't go out and get them? No. Okay, so this happens, the date that you went to the pawn shop happened on which day? 4 or 5 days after she brought it. After what? Probably like 4 or 5 days after she bought it. And, okay, I'm not gonna talk much about the pawn shop. I wanna know how she got your items. Now, let me ask you, is there come a point in time when you turned over all of your items to her? I turned over my debit card. Okay. You released everything that you had though to her. I turned over my debit card. Okay. This was at a police station. I have a police station. Run video back. It's real easy, sir. Sir, hang on a second. Wait on the question. Okay. Now, at the police station, you called her to bond you up. Yes. And she needed your debit card to bond you up. Yes. The police said, we can't take individual things. You can either turn over all of the items or none of the items. And you signed for all of the items. Is that correct? I probably did. You probably did. Yes. Okay. You're talking about a situation that happened 3 days before she arrived. 3 days, and then after you leave, well, obviously, did you leave? Yes, I left. And who did you leave with? From the police station? Yeah. With my belongings. With whom? With Miss Tony Jackson. I never denied it. I never denied that she didn't rob me. Yeah. I said she robbed me. Okay, so you went home with her? She drove you somewhere? Yes. I went left, and then I left there. I left her house. Her and my girlfriend got into it. This is 3 days before she robbed. Okay, so now after all of this has happened, you go back over to her house. Over to her house. Why did you do that? So there is time to cut it off. You already had it off and on, as you put it. Am I correct? And each time that you would have it off, you would go to her home and tell her it was over? No. You could tell her on the phone, we done, right? I mean, sometimes when you're talking to a person, sometimes it's not just easy to talk over the phone. No, but this could have happened, sure. Yeah, but we got a certain relationship with a person, and some things, I mean, you know, find something face to face. So every time you had me off and on, could you just let me ask the question? Every time you had the off, was it you that determined it should be off? It was both of them. And each time that you chose to turn it off, did you go to talk to her personally? Yes. Never did this on the phone? No. How many times was there off and on? It's been 3 years off and on. 3 years? So 3 times a year, 4 times a year? No, we know what, every 2 weeks, every other week. Oh, so it was that. It was off and on that much. Yeah. Okay, so the bond was paid, is that correct? Yes. And you were actually released immediately? Yes. How, you had been taken to the station by the police, so you didn't have a car around? No. Did you have a car? Yes. Did she take you to your car? No. Did she take you to your house? She took me to her house. Okay, how did you leave there? Her cousin. Took you where? To her house. Okay, so now her cousin took you to her house. So she did not take you to her house. She was in her. Okay, where did you go after that? After I left her house? Yeah, did you stay there forever? No. How did you get wherever you went? I called an Uber. You called it Uber? Yes. Same night? Was this night or day? This was day. Same day? Yes. You know what date was? The March 1st or March 2nd. Okay. Did you say this was March 3rd that this alleged robbery occurred? Yes. So the next day you chose to go over and tell her this is off? Yes. Why was it off? Because her and my girlfriend was fighting in the middle of the street at her house. Yeah, but you took your girlfriend over to her house. Okay. Okay. You took your girlfriend over there so you could break it up. No, I went over to defuse the situation. She called and sent her the location. Wait, who called? Tony called my girlfriend and sent something. Tony sent my girlfriend the location. This fine. As I had left Tony's house. Okay, I went over there to defuse the situation. In an Uber? No. How? I was driving with my girlfriend. Exactly. You drove over with your girlfriend to defuse the situation. To defuse the situation, they got to fighting, is that how you put it? Right. And that's when you decided that it was time to turn the relationship off. Right, so I went back over there the next day. That wasn't the same day? No, it wasn't the same. You went over on what date then? I went over there on March 3rd. You know, just hear me say the incident happened between March 1st and March 2nd. Never said I went over there with my girlfriend on March 3rd. Okay, this happened between March 1st and March 2nd. You said that already. Right. So you got released from the police station on the 1st? Yes. What happened on the 2nd? That's when the situation happened between her and my girlfriend. Were you present during that situation? Yes. Because you had driven your girlfriend over there? Yes. And then you drove away? Yes. Where were your items that we were talking about at that time? On me. On your person? Yes, at home. Oh, they weren't on your person, they were at your house? Yes. Okay, you wear these often or it's not so often? I wear them often. Why didn't you have them on? Because I was rushed out of the house going to affect the situation was about to take place. You were rushed out of the house to take your girlfriend over to your other girlfriend's house? Right. You were rushed is the word you used. What was causing you to rush? So they don't fight. Yeah, but they can't until you take her over there. You're right. I'm done. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Right.
Any redirect?
Yeah, so you have indicated that you, everything that happened with your girlfriend was before the date of March 3rd when you arrived. Okay. And also you were talking about how the defendant picked you up from jail.
Yes.
And she paid your bail and you left with her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But that was, again, not March 3rd.
That was not March 3rd.
Okay. So do you know what happened between that time and March 3rd and why things changed so much?
She got jealous because I went home. She wanted me to stay. I thought I couldn't stay. I bought her food. By the time I got home, fell asleep. And I woke up. I always got a text message from Tony on the way over there. I called Tony like, what's the situation? What's wrong? Why are you calling her? And she said, oh, I just want to get my point across.
Oh, so that was the situation.
Yes.
Okay. And did you say that who sent who a text message?
Tony sent her a text message.
Okay, and that's your girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see the text message?
Yes.
Okay. And could you see who it was from?
Yes.
Who was it from?
Tony Jackson.
What did the text message say?
She sent her the location and she told her to pull up.
And was it the same number that you received the text messages from?
Yes.
And the same phone number that you received the phone calls from?
Yes.
And when did you receive the phone calls?
Well,
when did you receive the phone calls after the robbery?
that afternoon, that Saturday, that Sunday, that Monday, that Tuesday, that Wednesday. She was calling and texting me the whole time.
And do you have those on your phone?
Yes.
You have your phone with you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what date and time you received those text messages?
I received them. Starting Sunday, March 5th.
Okay, so that's 2 days after the incident on March 3rd, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did she send you a text message or did you send her a text message?
She sent me a text message. Those text messages.
Okay, and what did that text message say?
And are you okay?
Did you respond?
Yes, I said, who's this?
And why did you say who's this?
Because I have to leave her number. I didn't leave her name.
Well, how did you know that it was from, well, how did you know that that was from her?
Because it was 231. There you go. That was her number. And she called me a number.
She called you W?
No,
Dummy.
yes,
Okay, how did you know from that that it was her?
because she don't know it's up.
Okay. Did you continue the conversation?
Yeah, I said, stop, bro.
Okay, and was there any response?
Yeah, she said, no, I can't wait till I touch down. I'm texting her, the kids, she got it all, my grandma pressing charges. She sent her texting my kids' mother. She put a block. I said, okay. Then she sent the location for where she was at.
And what was the location?
I think West Virginia.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, she said, till the money done, get you some. I said, all right. I said, where's my chain? And she said, that little shit y'all did be fixed before I could even hit the city. Never a money shortage. My grandma ain't did shit to me. I said, that's what you said, my chain was at. She said, no, dog, you can never say that fucking slow ass. You did something to some windows and it's being fixed. You'll see me when I get back. I said, it's cool. You did where the chain at when you say that. She said, I'm to the money when I get back, I'll get you up. I said, okay, bet, we do it. She like, why you want it? She put up a piece of I said, answer my question. I said, you know, I don't got a lot. She said, I don't care what you is. I'm going. She said, all my kids is good. You know that talking about my baby, everybody, that wasn't on chill. And creative you were going. I told her I'm not going to investigate why you take the check. She said, I ain't take shit. And she said, but like I said, when I get to the city, you gonna see me. I just go on and on.
Okay, so when you said you had a recording, you recorded her when she said she did take the check.
Yes.
Okay, so do you have that on your phone? Okay.
Play it back, put the microphone on to it.
my shit? Why you holding on to my shit?
And I told them come at that, but that's what you want. It's cool. Watch this. It's us.
Is there anything else?
What's up?
Keep your finger on the window when I get into this city, I get into you paper window.
You said what?
I get into you paper window.
How much is the window?
25.
I ain't bust the window.
Well, your bitch did though.
Okay, I don't know where she at. I'm not with her.
I don't care. I don't give a fuck about her. She's gonna pay for it.
Bro, so you got my earrings and my chain?
You got my toy.
You got my earrings and the chain? What they take? So you got another gun?
Yeah, you stupid fuck.
Oh yeah, I didn't ever know you had enough. Yo, where Tony at?
She with her nigga.
Bro, that's cool. Tell her give me. If she with her nigga, tell her nigga give me my chain then.
We got that bitch on right now. What you talking?
Y'all got that bitch on?
Mm-hmm.
That's what's up. Hey, so you be back Friday with my shit, right? You be back.
Your bitch ugly and she ill. And them bitches busted. And them bitches trying to be my friend and they could never be my friend. So what else you want?
Hey, so she be back Friday with my shit, right?
You know what?
She be back Friday with my chain and earrings, right? She be back Friday with my chain and earrings, right?
You bust windows in this one. Why you calling?
I ain't bust no window out.
But what you want?
I ain't bust no. I want my chain and my earrings. I want my chain and my earrings.
But you not getting it back because she gave it to me. Everybody got his shit. I told him it's gone already.
Do you have any other recordings with the defendant?
No, I got her family.
Okay, very good.
For sure. She farmed it. Our sister said she farmed it. And she farmed that shit. Your sister took her money?
Okay, we don't want to hear the family.
And Your Honor, may I put you witness?
Okay.
Okay, I just handed you something. Did you have a quick chance to look through those pages?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what do you see on page 1?
Page 1, I see her ID and my chain and earrings.
Whose ID do you see?
Tony Jackson.
Okay, and you see what else?
My chain and earrings.
Okay. And that's a picture of them?
Yes.
Okay, did you take that picture?
No.
Okay. Anything else on any of the other pages?
Page 2 is like close up of my chain and my earrings.
Okay. All right, anything else on the last page?
Her ID.
And when you say her ID, who's that?
Tony Jackson.
Okay. All right, thank you. Your Honor, I can't authenticate this document through this witness. I would just be calling OIC very quickly.
I have no problem, just later.
Okay,
Admit it.
okay. And Your Honor, I would have to publish it that to the court.
Let me take a look at it, sir.
And let me just ask you also, is the necklace and the earrings, is that the same one that you saw at the pawn shop?
Yes.
Is that the same one that was stolen from you?
Yes.
That ID that was in there, is that the same ID that you saw at the pawn shop?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Cooper?
Just a little bit, really a little bit.
Okay.
Sir, was there a dialogue day after day about your things? Asking her for your things?
Yes.
Okay, how many days did that go on?
Almost.
Right, and then there was a time where you said, you have one more day.
Yes.
Yeah. She didn't give it to you within that one day.
No.
So let's think about this in time and what we know is in writing and what we know is in text.
Okay.
The day that you gave her one more day, after that day, that's when you went to the police and told her you had been robbed.
No. No.
Okay, that's your answer? No?
No.
Okay. I have nothing else, Judge. And
Anything
we
else?
have a clear fact question.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. I want to have him step back in for the final motion. Any other witnesses for the people?
There's no further witness.
Any witnesses for the defense?
Oh, none. Thank you, Judge.
People,
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I would move.
he can come step back in.
Sir, the judge wants you to step back.
You can just have a seat, sir. Go ahead.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to find over a charge and reserve argument.
It's a fact question, Judge.
I agree. It is a question of fact. The court, after hearing the testimony of Mr. Grubbs, is satisfied that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint. I asked Mr. Grubbs to step back in because this baffles me, because I'm not exactly sure what it is that you're trying to do, Mr. Grubbs. I mean, you're in jail, you have one woman buying you out of jail. She brings you to her house, and then you go to another woman, and then you come back to her. This is, it's about as messy as it gets, sir. I'm not sure what you aim to accomplish in doing this. That's not to excuse your behavior, young lady. The other reason I want him to step back in is I want you to take a long look at what you're ruining your life over. Take a long look at it. That's what you ruined your life over. That, because now you're standing before this court charged with 1, 2, 5, 4 felonies because of your poor choices. And that's what you're ruining your life over. Your behavior was inexcusable as well. And I don't know why you're wasting your time. If you're not careful, you're gonna be wasting your time in jail. The court, after hearing the testimony of Sean Grubbs, is satisfied that people met the burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint law. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court of Criminal Division for further proceedings. This arraignment on the information date and time will be April 12th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Bond will be continued.
Thank you, Judge. And have a pleasant day.
Thank you. You as well, Mr. Cook. Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
All right, let's take lunch, guys. I know we have a 1:30 and a long one at that, but I gotta let you guys eat. So.
Thank you for your patience, Judge.
No problem. We got thrown behind a little bit, so let's break until 2:30. How you doing? You fine?
You know.
You all right? Good to see you.
Judge, I need to correction from you.
I don't. Tell the judge that.
I'm good with it. I just wanted to run it by you to make sure I was doing the right thing. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Hello. Will you resume it again now?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what time?
2:30. Are there a lot of people out there?
No, just till 2:30. Second floor, 6 2.
Probably only.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good.
How's little Benjamin doing?
Hey, Anita, you think she's gonna, yeah, Brenda's gonna sit there and move this back there?
You won't be able to plug it in.
I won't be able to.
Oh, once we get the extension.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm saying, I.
All of this.
Bye, All right.
Yeah, I think once we get that extension cord, we'll be good. Sounds like about 3 or 4 people witnesses in that room.
Yeah, I hope it's quicker than. Mr. Kenneth. Not always the case.
I think tomorrow we have a good docket.
Yeah.
Tomorrow we do. Got two defending exam at 11:30. That's it.
That's it?
So. We got a 10 o'clock exam and 11:30 with two defendants.
Okay.
So.
And still
one, two, one probable cause and two compounds. Oh, no, y'all. Johnson, that's just like a control day on this.
I like that our last situations are.
Docket, make sure nothing is added. I'm gonna print it in the docket, make sure nothing is added.
Okay.
Coming back? Is he coming back?
Let me say 2:30.
Okay.
He did say 2:30, right?
We did. Yeah. Hey, we need right. We look for judge. Still look for. Did you? Oh, man. I don't. No, I wouldn't be here. Because lunch at 1:30. You had me going. I said, she called. Rodriguez. Finally. All right.
Our 130, yep,
Prosecutor.
yes. This is just, I want to just see that.
Probably have it.
It's 8-0.
All right, thank you. Yeah, here.
Just one thing. Yep. I imagine that we need another thing to go to.
I said, it's the AG on the full of women, I'll see you about five.
Yeah, it's only one.
The way you gonna write.
What you trying to imply?
You know, we can mess up.
No, I'm talking about. You didn't hear him, he said he wanted it done right.
Oh,
That's
that's
what-
really
Oh, it's tomorrow.
Like, what you trying to imply? Like, you can't do it right?
Okay. It's like you're on
Take care of you, what?
We got a double bagger tomorrow. Oh, you're not here tomorrow, are you?
No, sir.
Where's your name?
Got no back at 1:30?
No, 11:30. Yes, sir. Get this stuff together. We found that last one over now.
Yeah. 012.
Okay. Mr. Rodriguez. Okay, I'm gonna use all the date of birth. Yep. I'll do that.
Secretary today. Okay. And I think that, we'll go ahead and get started with transcript. So I just did order last time and today.
I wasn't.
Oh,
It was. You're gonna want to order.
Mr. Jerry here?
yes.
Okay. He just stepped out, you know, say,
March, okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay, sir, make sure you keep your mask up. Okay. Won't be a short door. Ready, Mr. King?
Yes, sir.
People, you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Calling case 2355044, people of state of Michigan versus Alexander Andreas Rodriguez, criminally charged with count one, the trafficking, forced labor resulting in injury, commercial sexual activity. Count two, human trafficking, forced labor resulting in injury, commercial sexual activity. Count three, human trafficking, forced labor resulting in injury, commercial sexual activity. Count four, prostitution, pandering. Count five, prostitution, pandering. Count six, prostitution, accepting earnings. Count seven, prostitution, transporting person. Count eight, criminal enterprises conducted. Defendant has an additional offender, third offense notice. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Alex Peters, County Medical People, here with Medical Council. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Public Private Assistant Attorney General, also to the people.
Police County, the neighborhood defender service of Detroit, P83960 on behalf of Mr. Rodriguez.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Alexander Rodriguez.
Ladies, may I have your P numbers, please?
P80971. Public Private 56129.
So this matter was held in part on March 13th and continued to today's date. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many more witnesses do you have today?
I believe just one.
This one?
Yes.
And then more?
Potentially, Your Honor.
Why aren't the other witnesses here?
They're still deciding if they're going to appear today.
Okay, whatever. Call your witness.
Judge, I do have a couple preliminary issues, and we're just doing one witness, and I think we have.
I can't hear you. Step to the podium, please.
I would say I still have a couple preliminary matters, Judge, since we have time. I just wanted to ask the court, before we get going, or let the court know I have a meeting with our managing director at 4:30 today. It is over Zoom, so I don't know if the court.
I'll make sure you make it to.
Thank you. Second is that, of all the discovery that's been disclosed in this case, I actually don't think I have a copy of the information. Or at this stage, I guess, the complaint. So I don't know if there's an extra one, or I can get one, a copy for the court's file. It'd be important just to know which.
We'll get that.
Thank you. Okay, great. The other thing is, when we were here last, we heard the testimony of Alexis Cassetta. One of the things Ms. Cassetta had testified to is that she had at least 3 interviews with the FBI, and she was under the impression that those interviews were recorded. Before we got started with the exam, the representation was made is that the FBI had used a local police department station at some point. They thought recording equipment was operational, but it turned out it wasn't. Obviously, that explains maybe one instance, but not 3. And Alexis Cassetta testified that her first interview was actually at her job at Cabela's, where she was interviewed, where they sort of interviewed her there. That is consistent with all the other recorded interviews that have been disclosed in this case. That it appears that they interview these folks either at their job or at their homes, and they record them in what appears to be on a personal device of some kind. And so I requested them during our last hearing. I have not received a representation about why they don't exist, if they exist, and certainly I haven't received a disclosure since then. We have made progress on other discovery issues.
Do you know who's supposed to be conducting the interview?
Special Agent Jess Kolsky.
Okay. Is that special agent available?
I believe that we will be testifying at this exam.
Have you had an opportunity to speak to that agent?
I have not, Judge.
Did you want to do so before he testifies?
Before he testifies, I think he's going to testify later on in this hearing, so I can maybe chat with him or get his contact information to talk about whether or not those things.
So he is testifying today?
He's not testifying today, but he is.
Sorry, I can't hear.
If there's time, he can testify today.
Okay, but he is here.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Sounds like we need to. Ready to call your witness?
Yes, Your before I call our witness today, I didn't want to let you know I provided a copy of the jury instructions to the defense. If you look at a copy of them as well, I have them here. If you just like to review them.
Why do I need the jury instructions?
Just in case you wanted to review the elements, I'm not sure how many cases you guys didn't know if it was going to be
I've been doing
helpful.
this for about 27 years.
Okay, I don't mean any offense. I just wanted to know if it'd be helpful for you.
Okay. So the people will be calling Ms. Selena Hernandez.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Please step forward, give your name and spelling to the young lady seated there. Please raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I can't hear you.
I swear.
Thank you. Please have a seat with witness box there. Place that nice and loud, speaking to that microphone that's to your left, okay? Maybe when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. And before I start, I just want to make sure the order of sequestration still remains for the folks that you do not use.
It is. Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time.
Thank you.
You proceed.
Ms. Hernandez, can you please state and spell your name for the record? Selena Hernandez, Salena. Hernandez, Hernandez. And did you receive a subpoena to appear today? Yes. Do you know an individual named Alexander Rodriguez? Yes, I do. Do you see him here today? Yes. Could you please identify what he's wearing? Green shirt and a blue shirt. Let the record reflect Ms. Hernandez identify the defendant.
So noted.
Thank you. When did you first meet the defendant? About 15, going to 16. When did you meet him? 2016. Where was that at?
Judge, I'm just going to interrupt the testimony and insist on the order of sequestration, especially because is it important? That's my focus.
This is the different agent. He won't be testifying.
I thought this is the agent who got excluded.
No, he's out.
Thank you. Sorry.
I'm sorry, where did you meet him? Facebook. And did you meet in person? At some point? Yeah. And where was that at? We went to a party. Okay. And after that party, did you continue talking to him? Yes. And for about how long? A few years. Was there a point in time that you were out of contact with him? Yes. When was that? When he was with you. So when did he get out of prison? 2019. Okay. Did you just contact me again? Yes. And how did that happen? There's being told. Did you reach out to him? No, he reached out to me. What was the nature of that conversation? See how I was doing to catch up and what I thought was going to be, and it led up to business. What do you mean by business? Dinner dates? You could explain what you mean by dinner dates. Going to meet up with gentlemen and have a conversation, and that's all I was supposed to do. Whose idea was this? And so at that time, did you agree to go on these dinner dates? Yes. And about how long were you doing these dinner dates? Only a day. Sorry, a day? Or a day. What happened after the first dinner date? He convinced me into doing more. What do you mean by that? More than just talking, sexual encounters. So when you say sexual encounters, we need to be a little bit more elaborate. He wanted me to have sex with guys. When was the first time that happened?
Literally the next day, we both stayed at the hotel. And literally the next day, that's when I started.
So I just want to back up for a second. So this is the first time you're meeting him after he gets out of prison?
Yes.
Okay. And you guys meet up at a hotel, you said?
Yes.
Okay. So had you gone on any dinner date and then stayed the night at a hotel with him?
I didn't even do a dinner date.
You had just previously said the first thing you did was a dinner date.
That's what I was essentially, what I thought when I was interviewed.
Okay, what instead what happened?
It was more than just sitting there and touching on them.
Did the defendant tell you what was going to happen?
We discussed it, but I strictly told him I just wanted to do the dinner dates.
So what specifically was said to you? What did he tell you?
That if I wanted to do more than just the dinner date, I could.
Okay. And so the very first time you go on this dinner date, what happens?
That's wonderful.
Can you please explain, you did like body parts? What happened? I just need you to, I'm sorry, this is uncomfortable, I understand. I just need you to be explicit, like, was it oral sex, was it vaginal sex?
It was both. Vaginal, penetration involved.
Okay. So at that time, did this man pay you?
Yes.
Okay. And after the sexual encounter, what did you do?
I would go back to the hotel, or if I had another client, I would go there.
So I'm talking about this very first time it happened. So the very first time it happened, you had the sexual encounter, you were given money, and then what did you do?
So I went back to the hotel.
Okay, and was the defendant there?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, did you keep the money that man gave you?
We had agreement for 50-50, everything were to be split. In a lot of those cases, I didn't get the 50-50.
What did you get?
That's something.
Did you continue doing these kind of dates?
Yes.
And how was it that you find these men to go on dates with? Or does he find these men for you? Sorry. How was it that these men were found to go on dates with you?
Through websites. Called like export websites.
Do you recall the names of any of them?
Euro.
Okay. Euro
Back page, I think was one.
Okay.
Personals, I think. It's called mega personal thing.
Okay. And these websites, do you know what was on these websites about you?
There's pictures. Things that I could do, extensions.
Okay. Who took the pictures of you?
Give myself, Alex.
Okay. And you said that those were posted on these websites?
Yes.
Did you have access to these websites and the accounts?
He was in control of the website and the client list.
So did you have a password? Did you have a login information for it?
Yes.
So you were able to log in on these?
Yeah, when I wanted to.
Did you ever?
A few times.
And when you say they were posted with things that you could do, were there prices associated with that?
Yes.
About how much? Do you remember?
Anywhere from 300 to 1,000. Depending on what you wanted.
Before you went on these interviews, did you ever speak to the men?
No.
So when you would arrive on these dinner dates, or these days, how did you know what was supposed to happen?
Sometimes we would exchange photos Or we would do like FaceTime call to ensure that you weren't part of the law, or that you're real.
How would you guys exchange photos?
Through the phone.
Was it your phone?
No.
Whose phone was it?
Allison's.
And when you would FaceTime, whose phone were you using?
Allison's.
About how often were you going on these dates?
Every day. I'd say anywhere from 3 to 6 men a day.
Do you need to take a second?
One second, I'm sorry.
So, you're right? Yes. Okay. So again, you said, how often were these dates?
Every day, 3 to 6 men a day, roughly.
Okay. And I just quickly to go back to the payments, how are you paid for these dates?
Either it could be in cash, through Cash App, Venmo.
If it was through these cash apps or Venmo, were those your accounts?
We would make, with the link or his email, or we would make up a random email and password.
Okay. But those were his accounts.
Objection. Sustained.
Sorry.
Rephrase.
Who's in control of those accounts? The cash app, the Venmo.
I mean, I could see, the amount on there and whatnot, but usually it was up to him to take care of that kind of stuff. I was just there. doing the sexual work.
So 3 to 6 months per day, you said almost every day. Were there any times you went on these dates and you didn't want to?
Yes.
Can you describe one of those instances for me?
One of the experiences,
Yeah, when you didn't want to go.
I would tell him I didn't want to do it. Either I was tired, there was a point in time where I had COVID, and I didn't want to do by anybody, I would do that because of the way I was feeling. And I was still pretty much pushed out the door to do so.
Push out the door by who?
Alex.
Are you had COVID? While you had COVID?
Yeah, I have,
Sorry, I can hear you.
I got, paper saying that I had COVID.
Discovery.
Request for that documentation. If in possession of the prosecution.
So can you talk to me about this COVID incident? You said you tested positive for COVID.
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't want to go on a date.
I did not.
What happened?
Money was more important and not serving my health or the way I was feeling. I just went into the dates to pretty much get them to shut up and off my case.
To get who to shut up?
Alex.
And when you say get off your case, was he doing something to make you feel
I
like
just didn't want to go through with the fighting, the arguing, the headache.
Can you describe, had you guys fought before about these dates?
Yes.
Can you describe it? One of those instances where you had fought before about not going on a date?
Do you want me to explain like what I was doing, or?
Yep, go ahead.
I was mad, I was upset because my feelings and my health, of course, wasn't being recognized by him. I felt like I was not cared about. Felt like I was being pushed to go out there and do what I need to do to get the money.
So I want to go back to when you said that you didn't want to have to fight with them. Did you ever get into physical fights with the defendant about these dates?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe How physical were these fights?
How physical?
Yeah.
I would hit, scream, both of us would bicker at each other, argue. And there was a point in time where I wasn't able to leave and my bus fees and my car fees were held by him. And I'm sorry, I got physical. I had my 7-month-old son with me. And the times, my self-defense, and my son was the only thing I was on my mind trying to leave that situation.
So did he let you leave?
Took about 6 hours, but finally I got my keys to leave.
I want to go back and talk about more specifics about these dates that you will go on. Where are they taking place?
Anywhere, could be the client's house, could be a hotel, anywhere.
Did they ever happen in the defendant's home?
No. At the hotel in Marysville, yes.
Were there any ever instances where you would go to other men's homes?
Yes.
And how would you get to these places?
I had a little Chevy Cobalt.
And would you drive yourself there?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever go with you?
No.
And when you were going on these dates, where would you mentioned you had a son?
Yes.
Where was your son?
Either with the bus ride, and then sometimes, maybe a handful of times, he was watched by adults.
This cobalt that you took to these dates, did you own that?
Okay, so he pretty much bought it for, I can't remember the price to be exact, but I put $300 in. Initially, it was supposed to be my car. And we had an incident where I signed the title and then his mother actually broke into my apartment to get the title.
Objection based on knowledge.
Okay. You said you put $300 down to the car.
For a payment and anything else, to use my watch and whatever.
Okay. Were you doing anything else to make money at this time?
No.
It was just these dates?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever go on dates with other women?
One.
How did you know this other girl?
I was through the website.
What website?
Not sure.
Was it one of the websites that you were posted on to?
Yes.
Objection based on knowledge, doesn't know which website that's not you the same one. Objection, she just said she didn't know what website it was. How would she know it was one of the same website she was posted with the other?
Oh, she could know, but not know which one it was.
She never saw the ad, how did she know the other person on the same website? Is what I'm saying.
You have an opportunity to cross.
Thank you. Can you please talk about what happened on this date with this other woman?
We honestly, chit chatted for most of the time, and after that, there was oral performed by her. I mean, on her. Onto her.
Okay, and was there someone else in the room with you?
Towards the very last of it, maybe the last 10 minutes of the hour.
Who was in there?
Else.
Do you recall a girl named Jordan?
Yes, I do.
Did you ever have a date with her?
Yes, I did.
Was that what you were just describing?
No.
Can you describe this date with Jordan?
We convinced her and going to give dinner or dates. only did it maybe twice, and after that, she was done. We had sex with, I'd say 2 guys, and at the same time.
How many guys?
2.
And where did this take place?
At the hotel,
Where was the hotel located?
on Range in Marysville, Michigan.
Would you say that was 2 separate incidents or 2 guys?
Oh, no, 2 separate.
2 separate incidents.
About how long would you say that you were in this situation with the defendant?
I don't say maybe 3, 4 months.
And during these 3 to 4 months, did you feel like did you have the ability to leave?
And I felt like I couldn't. There was that time where he literally held my keys to leave.
When you say you felt like you couldn't, how come? Why did you feel like that?
Because he would find a way so I couldn't. He would hold, the car against me. To pay more money than obviously I did. I only put 300, but I was trying to, pay more so I could keep the car. That's my only way to be able, to get around.
So aside from him holding the car over your head, did he ever, can you explain another way he like this? If you try to leave, did he try to stop you?
Yes.
How did he try to do that?
Either he would collect my phone, or he would jump in front of the door, say, you can't leave, here's my money. Or he would try to manipulate me into thinking there's feelings or love or they cared about me.
Where was his home located?
He was staying in the hotel at first. And I'm not sure exactly which street, somewhere here in Detroit, we had to move in with another guy named Mitch. Thinking his 4th world or probation.
Okay. Okay, it was in Detroit though?
Yes.
Okay, and how often were you at his home?
Not that much. I went there maybe a handful of times, spent the night. I would go out and do my dates and come back home.
Aside from your son, are you close with any other, at the time, are you close with your family?
I only spoke to my mom here and there.
Okay.
Other than that, there's my best friend, which I spoke to a lot because she was my son.
So where were you primarily staying these couple months that you were?
In the hotel.
The hotel?
And I also had my apartment, which I was rarely at.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to meet the defendant's mom?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe what happened there? When you met her?
It was nice. We met and we had takeout. Seemed like a really nice lady. And we just sat, chit chatted. She loved my son. And there's nothing really much more than that. We would go visit her from time to time.
What did you consider your relationship with the defendant to be like in these 3 to 4 months?
I thought it was kind of good.
Do you think he was your boyfriend?
Yeah, maybe I just thought things. But yeah, yes.
Did he do anything to make you think you were his girlfriend?
He would always tell me that he loved me. That I meant a lot to him. And before he went to the prison, I thought the same thing. Actually, really thought that he was like one of my best friends.
How did you end up Did you leave the defendant? Did you leave the defendant? Yes, after the COVID, he actually came to my apartment 2 times, trying to convince me about coming back to work. I was done, I was fed up with the stuff, especially when COVID and still kind of pressured into trying to do these dates. Did you, after that, did he leave you alone? Well, yes, I believe you found another girl to take my place.
Objection, speculation. Sustain, only tell us those things that you know of. That you know personally.
I had Snapchat. There's another girl on there. On who you saw his Snapchat? Yes. One of the work phones, Snapchat. But it was the defendant's account. Yes. One second, Your Honor. Do you recall when you said you had COVID? Yes, I do. And just for the record, what year was the pandemic? 2019. Are you sure it started in 2019? Actual pandemic? Yeah. If you had said that you had met the defendant for the second time in 2021, would that make sense? Yeah. So you had previously said 2019. Are you asking like if I met him again in 2019 or having COVID in 2019? I'm asking if during the 3 to 4 months that you were in a relationship with the defendant, you said that you had COVID. Yes. Okay. And you had previously, so that you thought that was in 2019. No, it was. I thought you were asking when was the COVID going around. I had it in 2020. 2021. You had it in 2021.
This is a bit confusing. When did you have COVID? What year was
I had
it?
it twice, but the time, every year it was 2021. I believe is when we got out. And then.
I would just ask the prosecutor not to nod her head with witnesses.
I apologize.
Not her, this is her.
So it was 2021. So I had it in April of 2021, I believe. And that's when you were going on these dates, was in April of 2021. Yeah, I just want to clarify, it was not 2019. It was
No, I'm sorry, I was thinking like, I had it twice, where I had it once when we were doing the dates.
Okay, and that was in 2021. Yes. Okay, thank you. And remember we had said when you first met the defendant in 2021, you were doing dinner dates. Yeah, the initial dinner date. Again, what did that consist of?
I thought it was just, like I said, going to have dinner with these guys. And it turned into having full reports with the guys.
So I want you to explain to the judge how it went from just doing dinner and talking to them to having sex. The defendant Did he tell you something different, or how did the relationship change?
Well, use your money and pass your money, so I agreed to do that.
I guess what we're asking, what the prosecutor's asking is, so you have a dinner date that you set up to go to. How did that dinner date turn into sex?
I did not hold her, and since I was going to be dinner date, I already knew that was going to be something more. How did you know that? Or was he told, or pretty much he told me where to go, what time to be there, what I was meeting up, or what they wanted, and what I did.
So it started out as a dinner date, it was supposed to be a dinner date, and then it changed, and he told you
See,
something different.
my intention and what I wanted to do was start strictly in the dates. And it turned into,
Let me ask you
Going
this,
on
have
the
you been on
website.
just a dinner date before?
no, I didn't even do one of those.
Never even did a dinner date. If that's what you wanted to do.
No sex, no.
All right. So how did it go from what was supposed to be a dinner date to having sex?
They were scheduling on the websites, and it said, you told me where to go, what to look out for. So, he said scheduling on these, who scheduled these? Well, you scheduled them through these websites? Yes.
Objection, speculation.
How, do you know how he scheduled these?
You create an account, and you post pictures, videos, whatever.
You saw him do this?
Yes. And so did he tell you what was going to happen when you went on this date?
Yes.
What did he tell you was going to happen?
There's gotta be sex.
Anything else besides this was going to be sex?
I mean, there might be some conversation in between, or. But,
Did he tell you that you were gonna get paid?
I mean, we did have an agreement, and a lot of those times we got the money, I mean, all the money from a date or more than one date.
Did he get money?
Yeah.
Can you tell me more about this payment agreement that you have with the defendant?
It was supposed to be 50-50, so if I went in $500 paid, 250 goes to me, 250 goes to him.
Was it always like that?
No.
When did that change?
Well, I would say anytime you have a disagreement,
What kind of disagreement?
it's majority about how I didn't want to do this. And over money.
What do you mean by over money?
If I didn't want to do a day, that means we're both losing out on money, and that was a problem too.
So can you explain again, like how this payment agreement had changed? What did it turn into?
Him taking the money. He had access, you know, when we were to make a cash app or a memo, it was always on his phone, never on mine. So I wasn't always available to get on those websites to obtain my money.
So what would happen?
He would hold that against me. He had the phone, he had the password to get into it. Or if I had cash on me, he would bolster my purse or wallet and take it.
Is there the cash that you had on you? Where did that cash come from?
From the dates.
Okay. Were there times, how often would you say that you didn't get paid at all for these days?
Few times. Not my exact number.
More than once?
Yeah.
Do you know what happened to the the advertisements of you on these websites? I hope they're being. Sure. When I was asking you questions earlier about how often you were going on these dates, you got a little bit emotional. What brought that emotion in you?
Objection.
Sustained.
The way I felt. Yeah. Sorry. How were you feeling when you were going on these dates 3 to 6 times a day?
Objection, relevance.
I think this goes to the forced food trafficking charge. Oh, horrible. Felt like I was just being used. That I wasn't worth anything. So I pretty much a walking dollar sign. I felt like I was used, that I was like, I just felt like my feelings were not cared about over my concern to getting in trouble or something bad happening as in my health or my own life being taken. Some of these guys you just don't know. You don't know these people. You didn't understand like what I was literally throwing myself into. When did you feel like your relationship as a boyfriend girlfriend ended? After the COVID. The car that you put the $300 down for? Yes. Who had bought the car? He put the majority of the money. Why did he buy it for the car?
Objection, speculation.
Did he tell you why he was buying? Sorry.
Rephrase.
Did he tell you why he was going to buy the car for you? So I had an easier way to get around to the dates. I have nothing further.
Cross-examine.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hernandez. So I want to start by getting a clear sense of what time frame we're talking about this all happening, okay? We were talking a little bit about 2021 as when you got COVID, is that right?
Yes.
And prior to that, when you went, my understanding of your direct testimony, and if I say anything wrong, just correct me, was that your understanding was that Mr. Rodriguez had gotten out of prison and he reached out to you.
Yes.
And was that also in 2020?
Yes.
And at some point, you guys arranged to go on a date together, is that right?
It wasn't a date, we couldn't leave the hotel, so it's pretty much just me going there to hang out.
And did you got takeout or something like that?
Yeah.
And then you slept together that night?
Yes.
And then a conversation happened after that where he asked you if you would be interested in doing these dinner dates. All right?
Strictly dinner, I agree with you.
Right. So the answer to that is yes.
Yes.
And on cross-exam or on direct examination, you said that you never ended up going to these dinner dates. Fair to say?
The dinner part,
The only dinner part.
yeah, I did not.
So all the dates that you went on were always eventually led to sex.
Yes.
And you knew that going in, according to you.
Yes.
So when, tell me a little bit about how it was you ended up speaking with the FBI.
They came to my house.
They came to your house. Did you expect them to come?
No.
Were you alone?
I had my son, he was sleeping,
What time of day was it?
afternoon.
And did they announce themselves at the door? Did they knock and say police, or how did that happen?
They knocked and I opened up the door. They introduced who they were and also said FBI, showed me the badge, and I offered them to come inside.
And at that time, did you have an idea what they were there to talk to you about?
Yeah. Yes.
You think you were in trouble?
First, yes.
You recognize the things you had been doing with Mr. Rodriguez that they were not legal. Now, the first thing the FBI said to you when you sat down was, "We're not interested in any of the illegal stuff you've done." Is that right? I'm sorry, this is effect on the listeners, but it's not hearsay, it's fact standard. Truth of the matter asserted, I'm sure what the matter asserted there would be. That
Has to be all truth of the matter asserted.
that immediately, this is literally for the effect on the listener, the effect that she has hearing the FBI tell her this, what state of mind it put her in. And she just said she was scared and thought they were there for her. She had done something wrong.
I'll take that.
So one of the first things they said to you was, "We're not interested in any of the illegal stuff you've done." Fair to say?
No.
No. Okay. Did they tell you that they, did they tell you they were not interested in prosecuting you for anything that happened?
I mean, they wanted to know exactly what's going on.
Your response to
They
this.
didn't exactly say that.
Okay, so let me ask you this question directly. Did they say exactly they weren't interested in prosecuting you for anything that happened? And did you respond, "I can spill a lot"?
I'm not sure exactly if that's what they said or what I said. Come on now, it's 2 years ago. I don't remember exact word by word.
Did you know they were recording that conversation?
Yes.
So would be hearing a recording be helpful in confirming whether or not they said that and you responded? With "I can spell a lot" then? Because the witness is biased, right? He is federally to show up in your doorstep. You've committed some crimes. They say, "We're not interested in prosecuting you." And she says, "Oh, okay, I can tell you a lot."
I would have told them anyway, but they didn't.
And because we might be going back to the interview, I'm going to do a few of these and we can jump around to the actual text. So keep that thought, hold that thought. Okay. So when we're going back to the interview, did you end up speaking with them any additional times other than that time they came to your apartment?
No.
Okay, that was the only time you had a sort of a formal interview with the FBI?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had any sessions to prepare for your testimony today with prosecutors at the FBI?
No.
No. Okay. So when did this interview happen? At your apartment. I'm not asking for the exact date. Tell me what season. Tell me what year.
I believe it was last year.
And so we will actually, that would be 2022.
Sorry?
2022.
Yes.
If this is almost a year after you had sort of separated from Alex.
Yes.
Now, when you were speaking with those FBI agents, did you tell them that you did in fact go on dinner-only dates with men?
No.
You didn't tell them that you did one or two of these style dates, and then Rodriguez escalated the nature of the dates.
Told them I went on dates. Escorting dates or.
Mentioned on, continuing with the timeline, so it's in 2021, you met up with Mr. Rodriguez, you went on a date, and then he talked you into doing these sex dates. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, when he had these conversations with you that led to you agreed to go on these dates, correct?
Yes.
He didn't hit you, right?
No.
He didn't, you weren't homeless at the time. He didn't drug you, to your knowledge.
I mean, a lot of alcohol.
Okay. You drank the alcohol voluntarily, right?
Yeah, I mean,
You knew it was alcohol, right?
yes. Only thing I can think of it. When I went to.
Well, hold on, we're talking about the conversation that led to agreeing to go on these dates. I'm not talking about the dates themselves. Okay, so you agreed to go on these dates of your own free will. And that was because Alex told you, Mr. Rodriguez told you, you could make a lot of money doing this.
Yes.
And in terms of how much money that was, is the rates were about $500 to $600 an hour. Is that right?
Sometimes be lower.
Could sometimes be lower. Okay, but my question was the rates was $500 to $600 an hour, correct?
Yes.
And that was a 50-50 split, except for these few times that you said you kept helping them.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you said you were doing 3 to 6 of these a day.
I'm talking guys.
Right, 3 to 6 in, on average, 1 hour per person.
Yes.
And so if, let's say, pick a number in the middle there, let's say you were doing 4 a day, or let's say 5 a day, that's $600, 5 times a day, to $3,000, divided in half, it's $1,500. Is that fair to say? All right?
Yes, I'm not in the math here.
Right, I know, but I'm just happy, I mean, you know how much money you were making during this time, right?
Absolutely.
There's a reason you kept doing it, right?
Yes, I
Okay.
had financial struggles. I got kicked out of my apartment because I didn't have the money.
And did you ever ask Alex to lend you money?
Yeah,
You didn't have a car at the time, right?
yes.
You asked Alex to buy you a car. No, I'm asking her if she asked Alex if he would buy her a car.
I did not ask for it. You know, it made things easier. But he had a tether run, wasn't able to leave or anything, and his car at the time was not very safe.
So you brought this up to him that his car wasn't very safe? If he couldn't leave the apartment, you needed a vehicle to go on these dates, right?
I mean, I would use his car sometimes, but I didn't feel safe or you want me to drive 2 hours away.
Right.
I didn't ask for the car.
You told him his vehicle didn't seem safe, right?
Sure, yes.
And in exchange, he paid the majority of money for you to have a car.
Yes.
And you said there was an understanding that you would pay him back for that so it could become your car.
I mean, obviously, I was trying to work to get the money and then that was my car.
And you gave him $300 for this car, right? And you agreed with me that you're making about $1,500 a day.
Yes.
And so sometimes when you get in a fight about the car and whether or not you could take it or go at a particular time, Mr. Rodriguez would say to you in an argument, I paid for most of that car and you haven't paid me back. Right?
I put $300 towards it, meaning I would work to get that car.
Right.
So whatever he paid, if it was $1,500 he paid for the car, I had $300 put towards it. Now, I'm gonna work and give you the rest of the money that you paid. That means I'm gonna sign that title, and that car is mine.
So your name was on the car. The title was in your name.
Yeah, when his mom and him broke into my apartment, the name was on my title.
Okay. And you weren't at his apartment when these people broke into the title, correct?
What?
You weren't at the apartment when this happened, right? You said.
I very much was at my apartment. I was in the shower and my son was sleeping when he broke in.
Okay. So you're in the shower and someone broke into your apartment. Did you see the people in your apartment?
Yes.
So you saw.
One look in the shower curtain and scared the shit out of me.
Okay. So you broke into your apartment and then came and swung open the shower curtain.
And his mom was home in my apartment. And my neighbor saw all and heard everything.
Call the police about this?
Yes, I did.
Did they respond?
Absolutely.
Did they pursue the case?
Excuse me, what?
Did they pursue that case at all?
Yeah, we gotta go work for it.
Did you get your car back?
No, I'm not here for the car.
No, I'm just asking you what happened relating to the title being stolen from your apartment.
I don't know.
Understood. So when
I'm sorry. Yes. Take a brief break.
Don't discuss your testimony with anyone while we're on break.
Sorry, what?
Don't discuss your testimony with anyone while we're on break.
Thank you. Hello?
Yes, how long for a break?
Oh.
5-10 minutes.
So hot.
Grab my pad there real quick.
Oh, it was court. I thought so, okay, thank you. I cooled it off in here one day. What happened? That's tomorrow, thank you.
Just have a moment. Sorry.
Let's get the witness back.
She's
back.
Yeah.
Let me remind you, you're still under oath, okay?
You know what perjury is? You know what perjury is?
No.
When you provide false statement under. When you provide false statements under oath. Are you familiar with that being a crime?
I am.
Do you know that that's a felony? You just testified that this vehicle, the Chevy Cobalt, the title was in your name.
I mean, I had my name on the title.
Because you signed your own name to the title.
Isn't that what you do?
You never recorded that title with the Secretary of State, correct?
Yes.
It's your testimony that you recorded the title.
What is this relevant?
If you just lied to this court under oath, that's relevant for credibility.
I don't care about the title of the car.
The court should care that she said a title was in her name. It wasn't.
It's not germane to any of these charges.
I think if she commits perjury,
I'm not gonna argue with you, counsel. I asked you to move on 3 times now.
Have you made a false allegation against Mr. Rodriguez in the past?
No.
Now, you testified that you were with Mr. Rodriguez for approximately how many months?
3 to 4 months?
3 to 4 months. And we talked about this happening in early 2021, is that right?
Yes.
And so do you remember what months those were?
I would say maybe it was March or April.
And so beginning in March or April and then going into June or July?
Yes.
And this is of 2021?
Yes.
You said you didn't have any money at the time because you got evicted from your apartment, is that right?
No, I got evicted way after him.
When you said you were having money problems at the time and you needed to make money, you didn't get evicted until over a year after you left Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
So in this period of time when you were with Mr. Rodriguez, there was a period of time where he got arrested, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And he got arrested and was in jail in Macomb County, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And during that time, I think you testified on direct, you had access to these accounts on these websites, right?
Yeah, because I had maybe one of the accounts was on my phone.
And you also had access to the Venmo and Cash App accounts, correct?
Not all of them.
Right, I didn't ask you about all, of them. I asked you, you have access to some of the accounts, right? Tell me this, which accounts did you have access to?
I don't know why you're making it seem like I have all these passwords and whatnot. We have 5 different phones.
I'm asking, so what accounts did you have access to?
I don't know exactly.
Did you continue using any of the accounts after you were done?
No.
How did you eventually get the money out of these accounts? Did you have a bank account that it would transfer to? Did you have a card it would go to?
Yeah, there's cards, we have the Cash App cards. I believe we made a Cash App that was for me, but when we had the altercation, we were deserting outside with my son-in-law trial. He took that card out of my wallet along with the money that I previously made.
And so describe to me how a Cash App card works.
You sign up, you wait probably 5 to 7 days, you get the card, you make passcode if you want, and the other person would have an account as well. They put the money on there, and they put in your cash tag, I believe it's called, and they send it to you.
And so then you can use that card to actually purchase things in the purchase items, correct?
Yeah.
And the balance of that card is whatever has been put onto it via the account.
Yeah, you can go to ATM, take money off of it, put money on there if you choose.
Did you use it like a credit card?
Yeah, I mean, you can go to the store and buy it.
Okay. And when you get these Cash App cards, was it in your name?
I had one that was,
And so was that the way you
and
were?
it wasn't in my name, it was Tool of a Baby or something like that, it wasn't in my name.
In terms of I'm looking for the registered name, so there are financial records everywhere. I would like to find a way to figure out what money you were getting or not getting relating to your claim with having him not
So
getting it.
there's cash in through Venmo, which I don't have a card or account for. We have Cash App, Venmo, I don't know, there's a lot.
So you use Cash App, Venmo, and cash. Did you use anything else?
PayPal?
Did you have a PayPal account?
Not really mine.
So during this time when Mr. Rodriguez is in the Macomb County Jail, you continue to work and set up your home date.
Well, no. I said that I was going to, and I did not meet up with one guy because that was my drawing line to me not wanting to do it.
So you know a guy named Mitch, right?
Yes.
He was the guy that stayed at the Bennett house.
Yeah.
And
I'm sorry.
he was the guy that was staying at the Bennett house.
Oh.
And you mentioned him in your direct testimony as the other guy that was around when Mr. Rodriguez's house, correct?
I mean, he was there before he came.
Right.
Yes.
So Mr. Rodriguez really moved into Mitchell's house.
Because of his role or, I don't know what you call them, the houses, where you go after you interview or, I don't know how to say it.
I don't particularly care about the answer. But anyway, point is, Mitch is there when Mr. Rodriguez is in the Macomb County Jail. Is that right?
Yeah.
And so there won't be any financial records of any work happening during that week while Mr. Rodriguez is in Macomb County. Well,
I don't have, I mean, if you want my bank account, you can go there and ask from that time, and there's no money in there.
so
I think what he's asking is, during the time the defendant was in jail, to continue working,
You want me to?
setting up dates, but you didn't do it.
Okay.
Were you in contact with the defendant while he was in jail?
No, I looked up the information and find out what he was locked up about. And first thing was calling him.
and you're aware jail calls were recorded, correct?
Very well.
Okay, so it's your testimony that you did not speak with Mr. Rodriguez during that time he was in jail?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Yes, you did speak with him, or no, you did?
Call me, I.
So how did he get this message to you that he wanted you to keep working when he was in jail?
It was kind of old. They said he was still want me to continue.
I want to ask you now about the physical altercations that you would have. It is the case that Mr. Rodriguez never hit you, correct?
Kicked me on my face
He kicked you in your face. When did that happen?
while we were in the hotel.
And was this early on before the Bennett house?
Yes.
And tell me more about that.
I was trying to leave once again. He grabbed my phone, put it in his pocket. That's my phone. So I went and tried to get that phone. And as I'm on top, trying to grab into his pocket, my phone. So the self-defense or whatnot. He went like that.
Fair to say you didn't mention that to the FBI when they interviewed you? You did mention it or you did not mention it?
No. Don't remember exactly, like word by word. What was said between me and the agents. Once again, 2 years ago.
So there was an incident where he kicked you, and this is the hotel in Marysville?
Yes.
Any other time that he was physical with you?
At the minute house,
Describe that incident to me, or if there's more than one, describe them all.
once again, I was trying to leave. He held my phone, in the week that I had, my keys to my house and went to the car. He's walking away. I'm yelling, trying to be able to leave. And so he took everything, threw me out. Along with my son, 2:35 in the morning. I'm calling Detroit police to have at least be able to get my keys so I could leave with my son. No help was coming. So finally, I called my mom, thinking that she would be able to come get me. Told her, give me a second, give me a moment to cool down, all that. And I'm kicking on the door and the window, trying to at least get the key so I can leave.
And so when is this the last time, like when you left finally, you didn't go back after this? And so your belief at the time was that Mr. Rodriguez had taken your keys.
You do that.
Mr. Rodriguez was reporting you during this interaction, correct? Is that right?
I know, yes.
And it'd be fair to say you were intoxicated. Be fair to say that you were hitting him, punching him.
Yes.
In the narrative you just described, Mr. Rodriguez didn't hit you at all during this
The
altercation.
push, slam the door in my face. We have the videos.
Okay, well, let me be clear, you were trying to leave, right?
Yes, I was trying to leave.
And you ultimately found your keys in your own purse, is that fair to say?
No, no.
So that's not why.
I'm outside, demanding my keys so I could leave. He had this going on for hours on end, recording through the window, saying whatever. All I wanted was my keys so I could leave. He had all my stuff. Actually, I think I left a purse in there, and he started picking up my whatever, my limited clothes that I had there, hair straighteners. And finally, yes, he put it on a video where he opened up the back door. I'm in the front with my son. He recorded, oh, here's your key. Now, if you zoom in, if you knew what my house keys look like and what my car key looked like, the car key was not on it. House keys was. How am I supposed to get home with no car? No money. I couldn't even call a cab or Uber or whatever. So on the video, he opens up the back door, side door, whatever. Throws my stuff out. He has keys on there. Still didn't have the car key. The point is, I needed that car key so I could get home. Or money, in which I demanded. Hey, I don't care about the car. I just wanted to go home. I was outside, left in the cold. My 7-month-old son for hours.
You said you left in June or July.
Yeah.
So when you left, so your keys were in the purse. I don't think she had keys. So when you open the side door and put your purse outside, your keys were in.
Yeah, after hours of arguing and trying to get my keys, he had the rest of my belongings in there. Unput the keys. So then I finally got in the car, put my stuff in there, and I left.
It'd be fair to say that Mr. Rodriguez told you when he was reporting you that he was doing it for his own protection because you were intoxicated at the time.
Yeah.
Were there any other instances at the the Bennett house, other than the time that you ultimately left in June or July, where he was physically?
No, you got some other girl who was very good for him. So I was done.
You got some other dude to do his dirty work for him? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Are you saying that somebody else physically hit you while you're at the?
No, I'm saying after the whole situation happened, he still came to my apartment begging me to continue doing this, and no, I was done.
You said no.
Yeah.
Okay. And you never went on any more dates for Mr. Rodriguez after that?
Yes, correct.
I want to talk to you about the times when you said Mr. Rodriguez would keep all the money. So we discussed earlier, your previous arrangement was 50-50 split, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said a few times he kept all of the money.
Yeah.
We also talked about how you borrowed money from Mr. Rodriguez from time to time. Is that fair?
Yeah.
It's also fair to say that you owed him, you know how much money you owed him for the car?
I put $300 on my card, and I was supposed to work my debt off.
So,
Which you don't understand, throughout the day, we buy food, we buy fucking condoms, I'm sorry. Which, so everything wasn't always just 50-50. He buy food, I buy food. I mean, we weren't telling it all up, saying, oh, well, I paid for this, and you paid for that, now you owe me $650 for the food that I buy you.
right.
Now, after me going to the dates, say I have $1,200 on me. That's from doing 3 or 4 dates. So whatever money that I'm obviously it's not right then. Sure. Say I got $1,200. $600 goes to him. $600 goes to me. Now times where he got in his little mood where he got mad, I went to myself and take whatever money I had. So I don't.
And do you remember when or you said a few times, do you remember how many exactly?
No.
Would it be more than 10, less than, more around 5, 10?
Less than 10.
Okay. And when you say one of his little moods, you would have arguments?
Yes.
And you put $300 down toward the car. Do you know how much the total car costs?
I don't remember exactly. Maybe it was 1,500, 2,000.
Be fair to say at the end of the day, when everything was said and done, that cobalt went back to Mr. Rodriguez, right?
It was.
I'm asking if you know. Do you have that cobalt now?
No.
What happened to the cobalt?
Once ago.
Thank you. Okay. When he would keep all of the money, was that always in a cash? Would he always just go?
Cash card. Well,
I'm really trying to get some details here. So, was there a time it happened with the card?
cash and a card.
Would it be?
The guys would literally send money through their cash app or Venmo, PayPal, whatever. It goes through electrically, through your phone. And then some people wear cash.
So I'm specifically asking about when Mr. Rodriguez, you said that he sometimes kept all of the money and would not split it with you, or took it from you after you would split. What I'm asking about is, you said it would sometimes be cash, sometimes be card. So when he would keep all of the money, would it be that they would cash out him and he would never give you your share? Or would he demand that you give him a share back? Or how did that, tell me these incidents. I want to really.
He had so many phones and whatnot for whatever, Venmo, PayPal, whatever.
What he's trying to understand and what I'm trying to understand is how was he able to get money from you? I can't hear you. With his hands, so you would physically have the money in your presence?
I have it in my purse or my wallet.
So you would take it out your purse or wallet?
No.
Okay, but you mentioned that sometimes you got it from the card. What would the card be? In your wallet?
His wallet.
His wallet.
I only have one card and it doesn't have that.
How would he get your cash app card to take money from you? You just take it.
Thank you. You said that with these sites that your ads were posted up on, that you were able to, you had a login and credentials to log into that site.
I mean, there's probably one and those euros, and that was the big money maker.
And so with the Eros site, you were able to log into your account where your ad was posted.
Yes.
And you never took that ad down, did you?
Actually, I think we changed the password or email. So I wasn't able to get back in there.
Oh. So there was a period of time where you did have access to the account and then you no longer.
Yeah, but it's also on one of his work phones, so it wasn't actually on my phone.
So your testimony was, and this is really important, your testimony is you had login credentials, you could type in a name and a password, correct?
On this phone. I think I have stuff on my phone, my personal phone.
Look, I don't do this, I don't know how people operate, okay, so I'm just trying to ask questions. So when you said you would have credentials, you would have, Mr. Rodriguez would give you his phone.
He would give me one of his work phones. That's work phone, personal phone.
Mr. Carney, I have to interrupt just for a minute. I believe you told me.
Yes,
to
I did.
leave at 4:10.
No, 4:30.
4:30, oh, okay.
Thank you, I appreciate you. And so he would give you the phone and the credentials to log into the Eros account for what purpose?
It's already logged in.
Okay.
You just go to the app and open it. Look Facebook and Snapchat and whatever else.
But you said you had credentials. So did you ever log into that Eros account on anything other than his work phone?
No.
And what was the purpose of him letting you use the Eros or like giving you the Eros app?
Every time he just did was scheduling appointments.
Was there time?
Maybe he would show me, hey, new picture, posted it, do you like it? I wasn't on there scheduling anything.
You said the majority of the time he was doing the
I
scheduling,
just
so.
did it, yeah, I just did that.
So there was times where you did the scheduling.
Oh.
Okay, so all of the time he did the scheduling.
Yeah.
It's fair to say that, I'm gonna go back to this, interview with the FBI. So sometime the year after you separate from Mr. Rodriguez, the FBI shows up at your house and says, "I have a conversation with you." Remember those questions I asked you?
Yeah.
And at the time, did you know, you said you did know they were recording here?
Yeah. They asked if it was okay, for sure.
I'm gonna play for you what I'll mark as a message to A or C for the purposes of later on, two other ones. Previous. I'm marking this as a message to C for identification for the purpose of this hearing. This is a audio clip disclosed by the prosecution in this case, or the recorded interview with Mr. Felix. I hope there's only one downward disclosed. Impeachment. He said she didn't say these things to the FBI. What we're saying these things to the FBI.
I didn't say what.
No, I think if he's gonna impeach, it has to be one statement at a time, not these things.
I can
And
react.
then play the whole interview.
I'm not gonna play a 40-minute long interview for one sentence of impeachment. Let me ask Mr. Hernandez the exact question. So the question I asked you at the very beginning was, the FBI said that they were not interested in prosecuting you for anything that happened, and you replied, "I could spill a lot." You remember me asking this question?
Yeah.
That question?
Yeah.
You said you did not remember saying it.
I don't remember exactly the whole conversation.
I'm not asking about the whole conversation. I'm asking about these
Yes,
6 words.
I can say a lot of things, yes.
So you did say that.
Oh, yes.
What was blackandgold.com?
I don't know.
Let me ask you this. Have you ever set up or sold sex or sexual content separate and apart from Mr. Rodriguez? Those are force judge.
I'm sorry?
Those two force judge.
You asked if she ever, that's not.
Sorry.
I'll sustain the objection.
After you had separated from Mr. Rodriguez, did you ever sell sex or sexual content on your own?
Sustain.
Judge, this clearly goes to force. If you have this happening this period of time, the
Doesn't
prosecution
mean
should
that she
see.
wasn't forced at the time that she was with.
Sure.
She engaged, hold on, she engaged in that type of behavior sometime later on. It's not relevant as to whether or not this particular incident is forced.
Judge, I think it may not be dispositive of the question. I think it certainly makes a fact that a consequence more or less true. If someone were to say, I was captured by the Detroit Tigers and forced to play baseball, and then after I'm done with the Detroit Tigers, I continue to play baseball, it is evidence that I may not have been forced by the Detroit Tigers and may have been voluntary. Okay, understood.
Your objection, no, to the record. we sustain.
Did you ever meet anyone by the name of Alexis Cassetta or Kaylee Eddington?
Like, face to face?
During this period, you know, like face to face?
Names don't ring a bell.
Oh, good.
So you indicated that there was a time where you felt you were forced to go on one of these dates while you had COVID.
Yes.
Remember that testimony?
Yes.
You said that that was what sort of precipitated the end of your relationship or your relationship with Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Now, how did you tell Mr. Rodriguez that you had COVID?
I sent him a picture of my results. He knew I had COVID. Both went to CVS, I believe, and the doctor.
And so was this argument that we talked about before where the keys in the door and the outside at night, did that happen the same day as this?
No.
Or was it-
2 separate days.
Was it the next day?
No.
So you said the COVID thing sort of was what ended it. You also said you were doing 3 to 6 dates a day almost every day. And so was it the COVID thing that ended it?
That was the start of it. He came to my house 2 other times when I tried saying that I was done.
After the incident with the driveway in the car or the outside? Of the
Could have
car?
been before or after. There's multiple times he's just to show to my apartment. No text, no call, no nothing, or.
Was it clear you blocked it?
Huh?
You blocked him. You blocked him on your phone.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
No further questions.
Either you, Drew?
Just briefly, Your Honor. I want to clarify something with you, okay? The defense had asked you if you had any kind of session with the FBI or the prosecution. Do you recall meeting with the prosecution on those? Listen, yeah. No. So just to clarify, the prosecution is me and Ms. Carter. Oh, okay, yes, that's right. Were you confused by his question? Is that why? Yeah. Okay, so you did meet with us? Yeah. And when was that?
I thought he was referring to like before or after they agents came to my door. Yeah, that's what.
Okay, I just wanted to make it clear for the record that you had also testified on cross about your financial situation. um, that it wasn't great. Did the defendant know, did he know that? Yes. You told him that? Yes. You know, I was already behind and rent and I was trying to do whatever, catch up. You had also mentioned that you will be drinking for the days. Yes. Why were you drinking? So I feel good. Try to be happy. Oh, lying to have sex with behind that. Do you think you could have done it without that? I kind of did it without it. Do you know the name of the cash app account for the deal is? I honestly don't. Maybe it was Alex Fresh. I'm sorry. Alex Fresh, maybe? I believe the defense had asked you to, that you were doing this of your own free will. Yes. That, was it of your own free will? All of these days? I agreed to it, yes. But when it comes to a point in time where I feel exhausted, or I just don't do it, or I don't wanna have sex with more than 3 guys a day, he was still there pushing me to continue. I have nothing further, thank you.
All right. Now, this cobalt that you're referring to, this vehicle, what was the primary purpose of that car?
Like, there, it's the gates easier.
So you can
And
get to the
hopefully,
dates.
I would be able to keep it. Just I had a long part.
And were you ever injured in any of these sexual encounters?
I didn't go to a doctor for it or anything just yet. I feel like there's something wrong with my shoulder and my back because the guy was very forceful with me
When was that?
during one of the dates.
Do you recall the year? Sorry?
Over a year.
Now, during the time, and I think you answered this, but I want to be sure, during the time you said the defendant was in jail, you were still living at the location, wasn't it?
No, I was at my apartment.
You were at your apartment. So you weren't living with the defendant. Did you live with the defendant at all?
No, I just went to my here and here.
Okay. Were you still, at the time that he went to jail, were you still working with him or for him at that time? Or when he went to jail, did you continue working with him or for him
I didn't have sex with anybody.
during the time he was in jail? Okay, what about when he got out of jail? Did you resume what you doing what you were doing?
Trying to get a hold of me. I just kept telling him that I didn't want to do it anymore. The time frame is like.
So this was after you had COVID and everything, you went to jail?
It's during.
He went to jail during the time you had COVID?
I asked him, since I had COVID, I didn't want to hurt anybody else. I'm going to anybody else. If I was able to get 7 days.
So is it fair to say that it was at that moment that you realized that the defendant didn't care anything about you? And that's when you decided to break the relationship off, so to speak? Is that right? Can you do this? Any questions based on my questions? You got 8 minutes, Mr. Kenneth.
Yeah, I think, Ms. Hernandez, would you fair to say that you were the person that picked Mr. Rodriguez up from county jail when he was released, correct?
Yes. Well, not at the jail, I got him at a speedway for Elm Road.
Was Mr. Rodriguez in jail when he got COVID?
No.
No further questions. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Lebanon. People have any other witnesses to present?
Yes, I mean, we could go one, I know we're not going today, I understand it, but we do, yes, we have at least one other witness. Well, probably two other witnesses, maybe 3 or 4. depending.
How many witnesses would you have left?
Well, ideally, Your Honor, we would have 4 witnesses. I'm not sure if 2 of them will appear. We have at least 2 more witnesses. Your Honor. And we are
Let's
relatively
say,
certain.
worst case scenario, those witnesses don't appear. Who else would you have?
We still have the officer as well as 1 other victim.
You offer who rest of the officers who testify.
Well, at this point, I think he would be testifying to some of the cash app transactions, some of the financial transactions records that were taken.
And our expectation, and this is probably one of the witnesses that may or may not testify, that was, I think, supposed to testify today. We would consider a portion of her testimony exculpatory. And so I emailed Ms. Carter about this earlier today, but that would be something the defense would be seeking to put on if the prosecution didn't undertake their own efforts, obviously, but that witness under something.
I can't hear you, Mr. Kennedy.
I apologize. One of the witnesses who was supposed to testify today, we would consider a portion of her testimony exculpatory. And so we're going to seek to subpoena that witness to have it brought to court, just to give the court's trying to forecast right now, obviously there may be.
How many?
This one.
Just one, Mr. Kennedy? Just one?
Just one.
People may have, hope to have 2 more witnesses plus the officers.
Ms. Larson, there's also, we have Ms. Eddington that we are fairly certain will appear. We also have the officer.
That's 3 officers.
Correct.
I was April 12th. And
That actually is what it's perfect day.
perfect. Okay.
Sorry. Well, just find out.
April 12th at 1:30.
Thank you.
Your Rodriguez docket.
I'm sorry.
These Wednesdays are gonna start turning into your Rodriguez docket.
Oh, it already has, calling my Rodriguez afternoon. Hopefully we're nearing to an end. Brilliant lawyering takes time, right?
All this discovery takes time, is what it is. You get one of these 50 recorded interview
How you
cases.
been feeling lately?
Good, I feel good, actually, we're getting positive feedback from my doctors, so.
That's exactly what it is.
Okay.
Safe travels.
Have a good one.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Yes, please.
May.